Republicans to pass key legislation, but he could run into big trouble with supporters of former President Trump because Emmer did not support efforts to overturn the 2020 election results.
An internal secret ballot vote will be held tomorrow and the floor vote for Speaker could happen tomorrow as well. Israel-Hamas war continuing coverage. Here's Josh Einiger.
New strikes in Gaza overnight. This was what the Israel Defense Force describes as a terror target in Gaza. But of course, these targets are interlaced with civilians, and there have been civilian casualties, many of them children. There's a lot of international pressure on Israel to dial back its efforts, at least until people are able to evacuate, more humanitarian aid is able to get in.
Death toll from the conflict now stands at more than 1,400 in Israel, most from the October 7th Hamas terror attack, and then more than 3,400 in Gaza. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
SuperTalk 99.7 WTN 905. My name is Chris Hand. Welcome into the Chris Hand Show. Mason is producing today. Ken Weaver in the newsroom. Mac Morey has the Woo flu once again. The Chiefs played yesterday. He's out today.
Just hiding in his room. He can't Doesn't want to face anybody.
To be fair for Mac, this was a pre-planned Wu flu. He went to the game. It was he was sitting next to Taylor Swift and Patrick Mahomes' girlfriend.
Dancing all the day.
If you rewatch the video, the guy next to Taylor Swift is Mac Morey. So, Mac's out today. The president should be getting back to work today, but, believe it or not, he spent the weekend at the beach in Delaware. Old Joe, he had a busy couple of days. Now, before Joe Biden went to the beach in Delaware, he was talking to EU leaders, and he wasn't doing the best job, I'll be honest with you. He lost his train of thought a couple times. Made up some new stories, and overall just underwhelmed everyone. But this is Joe Biden losing his train of thought after he kind of gets jumbled up in his pre-written comments.
And I just think that it's been one of the great pleasures of my presidency to be able to work with him. I mean that sincerely.
Oh yeah, it's been so pleasurable to work with him. But then he went on to make up a story about his Uncle Frank. This is a new one out of the Joe Biden camp. It's probably going to grow in legend as time goes on. This is Joe talking about his Uncle Frank.
And by the way, I told you about my uncle who won the Purple Heart, the Battle of Bulge, and my father's younger brother. My father came to me after I was a senator, and he said, his brother's name was Frank. And he said, Uncle Frank never got his Purple Heart. I think you could find out about that. I was a senator, so I found out, and sure enough, he did. So I got a Purple Heart for him. I invited him over to the house with the family to give it to him. He said, I don't want the damn thing. And I said, why? He said, the others died. I didn't. I don't want it. And an awful lot of brave people died as well there.
Yeah, spoiler alert, nobody can confirm that story is ever happening or being true or his uncle getting a Purple Heart. So then Joe takes the rest of the weekend off. Goes to the beach. Can't blame him. 50 Cent called him out on Instagram. Did you see that, Mason?
No, I didn't. What'd he say?
He said 50 Cent went on Instagram. I'm going to pull it up because it cracked me up. And the comments were even better. So 50 Cent goes on Instagram and he says, "Hey, Joe, get the bleep up. We in trouble, man." And then multiple rappers chime in with Sleepy Joe.
Nice. Just a nice little thread there going through. I wish it was on Twitter, whatever we're calling it nowadays.
I mean,
to see if any responses come through.
I just think that Joe has lost the urban community. And I've been saying this for a long time, but I honestly think he's lost the urban community. 50 also posted on Instagram, "We got some real bleep going on out here, Joe. What's the plan? To get a tan and chill? Come on now." 50 Cent saying what we're all thinking. Of course, there were some people in the comments that were sticking up for him, but he didn't get ratioed. It seemed like more people were with 50 on this one. Joe, we got stuff going on. Maybe he was hiding out because all the news is breaking that he's getting $200,000 checks written to him from his brother James after business deals go through. Maybe that's why he's hiding. On Friday, the House Oversight Committee revealed new details into the Biden family crimes in business dealings with newly obtained bank records showing a $200,000 personal check written to Joe from his brother James. The $200,000 check was written out on March 1st, 2018, and was designated as being for a loan repayment. And they put that down there. They have the check image. The Oversight Committee was talking about it, and James Comer was announcing what they found. This is James Comer just over the weekend. I believe this was Friday. It was Friday.
Said, this summer, Joe Biden said, "Where's the money?" Well, we found some. We're still digging into evidence subpoenaed from bank accounts belonging to Hunter Biden, the son of President Joe Biden, and James and Sarah Biden, the brother and sister-in-law of the president. A document that we're releasing today raises new questions about how President Biden personally benefited from his family's shady influence.
So they released the check. The check was issued the same day that this company, AmeriCorps, a rural hospital operator, no longer in business, that wired a $200,000 loan into James and Sarah's bank account. So this company from James Biden receives a loan the same day Joe Biden receives a check. Chairman James Comer said that James Biden received a total of $600,000 in loans from AmeriCorps in 2018. Bankruptcy court documents revealed that James Biden got those loans from AmeriCorps based upon representations that his last name Biden could open doors and that he could obtain a large investment from the Middle East based on his political connections. Sounds a lot like influence peddling, right? James Biden wrote this check to Joe Biden as a loan repayment. AmeriCorps, a distressed company, loaned money to James Biden, who sent it to Joe. Even if this was a personal loan repayment, it's still troubling that Joe Biden's ability to be paid back by his brother is depending on the success of his family's shady financial dealings, Comer went on to say. Comer demanded to know whether Biden has documents to prove that he had lent a large sum of money to his brother, whether he had similar arrangements with other family members, and if Biden knew that the same day he received that check that his brother received that same amount from AmeriCorps. Marjorie Taylor Greene weighed in on Fox News, said this is classic money laundering. James Biden wrote this personal check from his personal bank account to his brother Joe Biden on the same day that $200,000 went from AmeriCorps, a failing company that managed rural hospitals. Democrats have demanded evidence of the Biden crime family money going directly into Joe Biden's account. Here it is, Marjorie Taylor Greene put on X. Here it is. They'll call it fake news. They'll say it's no evidence. But it looks a lot like evidence. Now, I mean, who knows? Maybe it was just a loan. But I think that this proves what the House Oversight Committee is doing is important work and that they should be given more power. They should be subpoenaing everyone's bank account. Let's go. Let's get to the bottom of this. It's taken a long time to even get to where we are now. I mean, Republicans have already uncovered over a dozen shell companies that Hunter and at least 12 members of the Biden family used to funnel foreign money. Joe Biden used various private email addresses from which he would sometimes send, receive, and forward government correspondence. According to emails found on the Hunter Biden laptop that was told, we were all told it was Russian disinformation. It wasn't. Robin Ware, Robert L. Peters, J.R.B. Ware, just 3 pseudonyms used on emails that were both official and family business. The White House and the president have maintained that there was never any involvement in the family business with Joe. And I mean, they've been saying that ad nauseum, nonstop, for as long as I can remember. Wow, we had nothing to do with that. Well, I don't know, man. This check kind of seems to point in a different direction. You get a loan, and then the same day, you get a check. Pretty weird. But what do I know? I mean, my family doesn't have shell companies or, influence peddling businesses, so maybe it's all on the up and up. I've never had 12 shell companies, so maybe I'm speaking on a topic that I don't know much about. But over and over, we've been told Joe doesn't have any ties to this, right? He said it himself on numerous occasions. This is him in March saying that he didn't make any profit off of corrupt deals or influence peddling.
Any reaction to House GOP's memo about your family dealings, sir? Any reaction to House GOP's new memo about your family dealings, sir?
Family dealings.
Yes, you're revealing that Hunter Biden's business associate sent over $1 million to 3 of your family members. Any reaction to that report?
Do you have any reaction to the Russian jet?
He says it's not true, and then he immediately scurries off. He did not say that. It's just like, I don't know how much more information we need. And, with all the Speaker of the House stuff going on, which we absolutely will get to me, I feel like one of the reasons that they don't want Jim Jordan in there, why they didn't want Jim Jordan in there, was because somebody's going to push forward these investigations. I felt like Jim Jordan would have sped up this impeachment process. Can anybody speed up the impeachment process? I don't know. Let's Let's not talk about that. We got World War III to worry about. Right? It's comforting. World War III just seems like it's getting more and more real. Chaos erupting in the Middle East, says the Daily Caller, as Israel-Hamas conflict surges. I mean, it has been wild. We've seen drone attacks on U.S. bases all over the Middle East. We've seen deployments of U.S. soldiers to the Middle East. And it's just getting crazier and crazier. Mass protests taking place in Arab nations surrounding Israel, including Libya, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, the latter of which houses the Iranian-backed terror group Hezbollah. U.S. military forces in regions including Syria, Iraq, and the Red Sea have recorded rocket and or drone attacks from a number of groups, including the Islamic Resistance and Houthi forces. Several of the groups involved in the attacks against U.S. forces are supported and backed by Iran. While Tehran's role in helping plan the initial October 7th attacks against Israel is disputed, it is heavily supporting the terrorist organization, and that can't be questioned. So it seems like the Middle East is in complete disarray. Doesn't seem like it. I mean, it actually is. And with that, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin issues a prepare to deploy order for U.S. troops to the Middle East. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin placed additional U.S. troops on prepare to deploy orders to the Middle East Sunday after speaking with President Joe Biden. And he did. This was Lloyd Austin on ABC talking about what they're doing in the Middle East. And this, I'll be honest with you, seeing Lloyd Austin on ABC, kind of nerve-wracking, especially when you realize what he's talking about.
Well, Jonathan, as you know, recently we've seen rocket and UAV attacks against bases housing our troops in Iraq and Syria. We're concerned about potential escalation. In fact, what we're seeing is the prospect of a significant escalation of attacks on our troops and our people throughout the region. And because of that, we're going to do what's necessary to make sure that our troops are in the right, good position, they're protected, and that we have the ability to respond. Now, this additional deployment sends another message to those who would seek to widen this conflict. As President Biden said earlier, and as you've heard me say, if any group or any country is looking to widen this conflict and take advantage of this very unfortunate situation that we see, our advice is don't.
Our advice is don't. Well, China doesn't seem to be taking the advice. There's reports that China is sending warships to that same area, and there's also reports that China is ramping up nuclear arms. China is surging nuclear weapons production, will double its arsenal to 1,000 warheads by 2030, and is exploring new intercontinental ballistic missile system to threaten the U.S., the Pentagon warns. That's according to the Daily Mail. China already has more than 500 nuclear weapons. That is more than U.S. officials previously thought, and Beijing is slamming the U.S. reports as full of prejudice as relations reach new low. So who's telling the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but it does seem like all of this is ramping up. And where does that go? I don't think it goes to a good place. Lloyd Austin says in there on ABC, we're doing what we can to keep our troops safe. I feel like the main thing to keep our troops safe would be staying out of the conflict. I'll be called a pacifist on the super text line, I understand. But this just seems like this is going to turn into another forever war with no end in sight before we know it. And that seems like that would be one of the best case scenarios, a forever war. Worst case scenario, according to this report from the Daily Mail, China is surging nuclear weapons production, will double its arsenal. Well, I think we can all estimate what the worst case scenario is with this conflict between Israel and Hamas and how quickly this could spiral out of control. So I don't know, man. I don't like any of it. I really don't. Not good vibes coming out of the Middle East. Not good vibes at all. What will happen? Only time will tell. However, I do continue to think that if this gets any worse, a draft would have to be imminent. And I'll explain a little bit more on that, why, including some receipts I found. I'll do that next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11, or jumping into energy stocks, or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors, because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call, or you can call 615-851-1950.
The son of Nashville's police chief still on the run. 9 Republicans now trying to be the new House Speaker. Israel under pressure to delay that ground attack on Hamas. These stories and more at 9:30 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. It is SuperTalk 99.7 WTN 926. My name is Chris Hand. Julia and Jolton, you have a comment on U.S. troops. Julia, what's up? You're on SuperTalk.
I'm just so confused, and I hope you can set me straight. I've been hearing for 2 years that white men are the biggest threat to democracy, and now they're saying China might be? I'm so confused.
Well, I think we can, if we've learned anything from the Biden administration, we can walk and chew gum, right? So I think we can all be threats.
I'm disgusted. I really, truly am, from the speaker to what's going on with our military. I mean, I can hear the world quivering in their little boots over our transgender troops about to be deployed.
Oh, my gosh. With the not my president haircuts, you're absolutely right, Julie. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for the call. Yeah, Defense Secretary Austin issues prepare to deploy orders for U.S. troops to the Middle East. He's getting them boys ready. And me personally, I've been saying this for a while. I think that there's definitely some chances for a draft in the near future. And it's not just me. I'm not the only one that thinks this. The United States Army War College put out a press release, and these are real quotes from the U.S. Army War College official press release. You ready for this? The individual ready reserve, which stood at 700,000 in 1973 and 450,000 in 1994, now stands at 76,000. These numbers cannot fill the existing gaps in the active force, let alone any casualty replacement or expansion during a large-scale combat operation. The implication is that the 1970s concept of an all-volunteer force has outlived its shelf life and does not align with the current operating environment. So even the U.S. Army War College, in their press release about what they've learned in the Ukraine war, is saying that this all-volunteer staff isn't going to work. They even go on, the Russia-Ukraine war is exposing similar vulnerabilities in the Army's strategic personnel depth and ability to withstand and replace casualties. Army theater medical planners have anticipated a sustained rate of roughly 3,600 casualties per day, ranging from those killed in action to those wounded in action or suffering disease or other non-battle injuries. With a 25% predicted replacement rate, the personnel system will require 800 new personnel each day. For context, the U.S. has sustained about 50,000 casualties in 2 decades of fighting in Iraq and in Afghanistan. In large-scale combat operations, the United States could experience the same number of casualties in 2 weeks. Large-scale combat operations troop requirements may well require a reconceptualization of the 1970s and 1980s volunteer force and move toward partial conscription. So it's not just me. Even people in these Army War College are thinking the exact same thing. And these guys probably have a lot more experience and expertise than I do. But it seems like a draft could very well be incoming if these conflicts get any worse. It is 9:30 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. My name's Chris Hand. Ken Weaver's got the news.
$9:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got some crashes in the way. First, Briley Parkway eastbound. This is going to be at the 24 South Exit 3. And then over at Thompson Station in Williamson County, you got 65 northbound right before the Thompson Station Road overpass. Full forecast in 2 minutes. Right now in Middle Tennessee, the search for John Drake Jr. continues after 2 police officers were shot while investigating a stolen vehicle parked at a store in Laverne on Saturday.
Drake Jr., the estranged son of Metro Nashville Police John Drake, got away, and a statewide blue alert was issued for him. The shelter-in-place warning for people who live near the Dollar General has been lifted. It's because Laverne police tell me they don't believe Drake Jr. is in the area anymore.
As Channel 4's Danielle Jackson, Drake Jr. now on the TBI Most Wanted list with a $2,500 reward being offered for information leading to his arrest. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, it's Chris Hanford, Jeff Eddy's Efficient Heating and Cooling. Now, I know it can be so hard to find somebody you trust with these large home repairs, and if you're like me and you've had to kick your heat on in the morning because it's a little chilly in the house before it warms up for the day, maybe you've noticed that your heat isn't working the way it should be. Well, I got the guy for you to call, Jeff Eddy with Efficient Heating and Cooling. They're a small company with big service and even bigger results, and that's why I trust Jeff and his crew to do what's right. They prove it time and time again. Now, if you're trying to make a decision to repair or replace your system, if you've already had somebody come in to check out your HVAC system, and they told you got to replace the whole thing, call Jeff and his crew to give you a second opinion. His crew will walk through every option scenario, so that way you can make an informed decision, while the other companies, they might just pressure you to replace your system because they make more money that way. Well, with Efficient, if you do need to replace your system, they offer up to 18 months, same as cash financing on your next unit. They're a diamond contractor with Mitsubishi Electric and an Elite Pro partner with Rheem. Go to efficienthvac.net or call 615-784-4424.
Message to the terrorists is clear. You will never escape American justice. If you attack our citizens, you forfeit your life.
Remember when we had a president that led with strength? I do. It's SuperTalk 99.7 WTN 937. My name is Chris Hand. Got a couple calls I want to get to. Lindsay in Pleasant Shade, you got a comment on the draft. What's up, Lindsay? You're on SuperTalk.
Good morning, Chris.
Hey, how are you?
I've got the first 4 of my 5 kids are between 19 and 29.
Oh, man.
My question is, how are they going to pick these? I got girls and boys, and also who is picking these?
I have, nothing has happened yet. I'm just pointing to the fact that, you look at this conflict and it seems like the age group that is most against going to war right now would be the age group that would go to war right now. You have.
Well, I've got some good kids.
Well, I'm not saying that it's your kids. I'm just saying.
But who decides?
Well, I think that would be up to the military. I don't think it would be. Everybody signs up for selective service.
Jackpot.
Yeah, I think it's just like a lottery system.
Right.
Yeah. But, I mean, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to tell you that I miss you when you're not there, and I love you.
Oh.
And I love Brother Dan. I couldn't get through on Red Eye Radio the other night. They said, this call is not the content we have on Red Eye. And all I said was, I wanted to tell him he's doing a good job.
Well, I'll make sure the message gets.
I fell asleep to his voice, and then I woke up to his voice.
I'll make sure.
Dan the man.
I'll make sure he gets the message. Thanks for listening, Lindsay. I appreciate you. So funny. But no. So for the draft, nothing is happening. Nothing is imminent. Nothing's been announced. But I will point out the lowest support for Israel comes with that Gen Z age group. The Army, the Navy, the Air Force are not meeting their recruit requirements. And then this press release from the United States Army War College on what they've learned in the Ukraine conflict, they literally put it in black and white. Large-scale combat operations troop requirements may well require a reconceptualization of the 1970s and 1980s volunteer force and move toward a partial conscription, which means a draft. Now, again, nobody's announced this, and maybe it doesn't go anywhere. I'm just pointing out that my idea that a draft may happen isn't as crazy, and you have people in the U.S. Army War College thinking the exact same thing. Hopefully it doesn't happen. Lord knows I don't want it to happen. Jerry in the borough, line 4. You're on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. What's up, Jerry?
Hey, just calling you guys this morning, old guy here, letting you know there's a difference in the draft and the ones who join. Like you get in the days of Vietnam, it's a long time ago, but if you get into a hot conflict, let's say, the ones that join are going over the hill. The ones that were drafted, many of them, not all, but they don't have to. They won't be the first one the sergeant look at and say, "Hey, you're going over," because he was drafted. He was made to go. The ones who join are going, and it doesn't matter as long as somebody's doing the job. So you really got like 3 different forces there. You got superiors, and you got 2 groups of enlisted, and there's been a lot of times they just sit over on their gun and their rifle, never even loaded. I know a guy never even loaded his gun through the whole 11 months in Vietnam.
Interesting. Interesting.
Yeah, so they need to do what they can do to get the guys that want to go first. But I'm all for the draft too now. I don't want our country to go down to nothing. I really take 8 out of 10 that'll fight and lay the other 2 sitting over on their duff. Eventually the guys will get to them. They'll get to them. They'll get to them sitting over on their tail. They always have. Appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Hey, man, thanks for the call. I appreciate the info. It just seems like this conflict is going to get larger before we know it. Even Bloomberg, I got a text from a friend of ours, Brian. Bloomberg is stating that atomic arms fears grow after U.S. test. The Department of Energy detonated an explosion at a Nevada test site. So we're ramping up our own nuclear capabilities just at the same time as China is ramping up their nuclear capabilities, and they're trying to get their warhead arsenal doubled by 2030. Brian in Winchester, you got a comment on the draft. Brian, you're on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. What's up, Brian?
Yeah, well, to my knowledge, the woman that called before said it had 2 sons. From what I understand, they can only take 1 son in the idea to keep their family going. You know what I'm saying?
Interesting,
There has to be 1 male. Kind of like Saving Private Ryan. Remember Saving Private Ryan?
Yep.
They had to get him out of there because he was the only son left.
Got you. No, that makes
And
sense.
when I joined years ago, my mother had to sign a waiver for me to go to join the Army because I was the only son.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Fascinating. I wonder how that goes in today's gender fluid society.
Well, if these young women want to be equal, they can go too.
Hey, we'll see what happens. I appreciate the call, Brian. Yeah, I mean, it's just a wacky world. But, again, it seems like things are going to be getting worse. Also, over the weekend, Saturday, aid trucks officially started rolling into Gaza. This is what it sounded like. Everybody's celebrating, horns honking, aid is going into Gaza. Now, I'll be honest with you. As I'm watching these aid trucks roll in, I got a little nervous. I did. Now, maybe I'm jaded because I know how lousy our own border is. You know, I've watched enough Nat Geo and Border Crossers and all that kind of stuff where I know what lengths the cartel will go to sneak drugs and other various contraband into our country. So I see these trucks going through the Gaza into Gaza. Just seemed like flatbeds with some tarps over them and some bungee cords. And I couldn't help but think, are we actually funding both sides of this war? Like, what does their border security look like? And again, maybe I'm jaded because I think, America is a great country. Maybe they have better border security between Egypt and Gaza than we do between the United States and Mexico. But as I'm seeing these trucks roll over the border going into Gaza, my mind is just racing like, well, who's checking the trucks? And how are we sure that no weapons are being snuck in there? Because unless those trucks are being searched very thoroughly, I can't imagine that some sort of weaponry wasn't snuck in. I mean, it was truck after truck after truck. After truck after truck after truck. And they were all very excited. Now, I also think aid to the people in Gaza is a noble effort. I do. But as I'm seeing these trucks go in, man, you got that uneasy feeling in your tummy. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way that they could be searching every single one of these trucks as thoroughly as they need to. Absolutely no way. Maybe I'm jaded because of our own border. But I do feel like weapons had to be snuck in on those trucks. Have to be. That's all I could think about as those trucks were going over. Of course, they'll cancel all of this aid if Hamas takes any of it. That's what Joe Biden said in his speech. They're probably gonna take all the aid anyway. That's how that's going to go. But it seems like we can't get away from this conflict. We have our own Marines being deployed, according to Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin. We have, China ramping up nukes. The U.S. is testing nukes, and it just seems awful. I did find this story, which was interesting. Former German Chancellor claims the Biden administration blocked Ukraine from agreeing to a peace deal in 2022. I saw that headline, thought that was interesting. This is from Breitbart. The Biden administration blocked Ukraine from agreeing to a peace agreement with Russia in the early days of the war, former German chancellor has claimed. Schroeder. In the interview with the Berliner Zeitung newspaper, Gerhard Schroeder, who served as chancellor in Germany from 98 to 2005, claimed that hundreds of thousands of lives could potentially have been saved if not for pressure exerted on Kyiv by Washington to reject peace negotiations with Moscow. Now, Schroeder, who has faced criticism over his friendship with Vladimir Putin and business ties in Russia, including as a broad member of the Nord Stream 2 AG, revealed that last year he was asked by Ukraine to act as a mediator with Moscow to seek a peaceful end to the conflict after the Russian military invaded the former Soviet state. He went on to say the only people who could settle the war against Ukraine are the Americans. At the peace negotiations in March of 2022 in Istanbul, the Ukrainians did not agree to peace because they were not allowed to. They first had to ask the Americans about everything they discussed. The war could be ended if geopolitical interests were not at play. Schroeder said he had 2 conversations, as well as private discussions with Vladimir Putin, and then with the Russian president's envoy. He said that they expressed willingness to agree to terms that would give safety guarantees to Kyiv while addressing several key concerns of the Kremlin, such as Ukraine committing not to join NATO and introducing reforms to grant more autonomy to the heavily ethnic Russian Donbas region. The ex-chancellor also said that Kyiv was willing to discuss the status of Crimea, which Russia annexed in 2014, and pointed to contemporary reporting from a newspaper to back up his claims. He said they also showed willingness on other points. But in the end, nothing happened. My impression, nothing could happen because everything was decided in Washington. That was fatal because the result will now be that Russia will be more tied closely to China, which the West should not want. It does seem like this entire Ukraine conflict, we've been pushing them further and further into the arms of Russia. And it's not shocking to see that peace could have been struck, but, you know, the Biden administration must have wanted to keep that laundromat of Ukraine open. Schroeder went on to say, why can't support for the Ukraine be combined with an effort to talk to Russia? The arms deliveries are not a solution for eternity, but no one wants to talk. Everyone is sitting in trenches. How many more people have to die? It's a bit like the Middle East, who are the victims on one side and on the other. Poor people who lose their children. None of the people who matter are moving. It does seem like it's a conflict with no winners, and that's why the majority of the American public do not support further action in Ukraine. And it seems like, you know what, if it wasn't for our weak, ineffective administration, this could have been over in 2022. If what former German chancellor is claiming that the Biden administration blocked the Ukraine from agreeing to a peace deal in 2022, this could have been over a long time ago. But hey, the war machine, man, it generates lots and lots of cash. So we got to keep that thing going, right? It's 9:50 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Steve, Dave, Alan, I see you guys hanging on the line. Hang out with us. We'll take more of your calls next, plus more from you on the Super Text line at 615-737-9986. It's SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
All right, still got a couple of crashes we're dealing with. The right two lanes are blocked to Briley Parkway eastbound at the I-24 South exit 3. And then in Williamson County, you've got a crash, 65 northbound right before Thompson Station Road overpass. The manhunt for the Nashville police chief's son continues. 9 new Republican U.S. House Speaker candidates go behind closed doors today, and Israel under pressure to delay its pending ground attack on Hamas. These stories and more at 10 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. It is SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. Let's go to Dave in Hendersonville real quick. He's been holding on the line for a minute. What's up, Dave? You're on SuperTalk 99.7.
Hey, how you doing, Chris?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. We need to do something about these Congress people we've got in office. They're doing nothing but exciting violence, and they're going to end up getting somebody hurt, possibly even killed, if they haven't already, by the Jewish woman that was stabbed to death in Michigan.
Yep, in Detroit. I saw that.
I'm talking about Talib and Omar. The squad is out here just flat out lying. I'm going to call it what it is. It's a lie. I'm not going to say misinformation. It's a lie. They know it's a lie, and they're doing it anyway. They need to be removed from office.
Hey.
We do not need to have terrorists. That's what they are. They're backing the terrorists. We do not need to have terrorists in our elected offices.
Hey, totally agree with you, Dave, and thanks for the call. The story that Dave was talking about, a politically connected Detroit synagogue president was found stabbed to death Saturday morning outside her home in the city's Lafayette Park neighborhood east of downtown. Samantha Wool, 40, led the Isaac Agree downtown Detroit synagogue and previously worked for U.S. Rep. Alyssa Slotkin, a Democrat, and on the reelection campaign of Attorney General Dana Nessel, a Democrat. Now, police said in the afternoon that they were investigating after finding the body of this poor woman stabbed, a trail of blood leading to her home. You know, they haven't said whether this was politically motivated or not. Now, could it be? Absolutely. 100% could be. Could also just be Detroit. Like, not to be cold, that this could just be an instance of living in Detroit. Prayers out to her and her family. Definitely could have been politically motivated, but we're still waiting for further information at this time. It is 9:59 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand, and Ken Weaver's got the latest headlines for you right now on SuperTalk.
Ten o'clock on the dot this Monday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast coming up in 2 minutes. Right now in Tennessee, the son of Nashville's police chief on the run. On the TBI most wanted list, John Drake Jr. allegedly shot 2 Laverne police officers at a Dollar General on Saturday and got away. Channel 4 talked to residents who were told to shelter in place.
We came inside, took, like you said, stay in, lock the doors. It was like 100 police cars. 2 helicopters, drones. It was wild.
The 2 officers, Ashley Bowley-Jack and Greg Kern, are now recovering at home. Later today in our nation's capital, House Republicans will hear from the 9 House Speaker candidates behind closed doors.
There's big questions on if anyone could get the 217 votes needed to become the next Speaker of the House. One Republican joked to me that Lord Jesus himself couldn't get that support. And look, even though you have a lot of Republicans that are running, we can't forget this is a pretty big job. We're talking about the second in line to the presidency. Only 2 of those candidates have voted to certify the election.
That's Rachel Scott reporting. Israel-Hamas war continuing coverage.
The Israeli Defense Force says its aircraft struck 2 Hezbollah cells that were allegedly planning to launch anti-tank missiles and rockets toward Israel from the north. Retaliatory airstrikes also continuing in the south in Gaza as efforts to help civilians trapped in the war zone ramp up. ABC News Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Ian Pannell is near the Gaza border.
Humanitarian aid now slowly trickling in. 34 trucks sent through the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza over the weekend, bringing much-needed food, water and medical supplies, though not as much as aid agencies say they need. Hospitals there on the brink of collapse. One doctor forced to use household vinegar as an antiseptic. And now a US official telling ABC News the Biden administration is now asking Israel to delay its ground invasion to allow more humanitarian aid to get in and the remaining 222 hostages out.
Sherry Preston reporting in the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
.05 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. What's going on? It's Chris Hand. We've been talking about escalating tensions in the Middle East, China ramping up their nuclear arsenal, U.S. testing their nuclear weapons, a possible draft, Lloyd Austin sending more of our soldiers to the Middle East. All in all, just getting crazy out there. Judy in Manchester, you have a comment on a draft. Judy,
Yes.
What's up? You're on SuperTalk.
Yes. Good morning, Chris.
How are you, Judy?
I like your station. I listen to it every time I get in the car. But anyway, I have a question about the draft. I have a grandson that I raised. Is college, if they're in college, does that keep them out of the draft?
A prospect must have been, in order to be, so I am not sure right now. Can a college student get drafted? Let me see here.
Maybe someone will call in that knows.
Well, it says in the United States, there's a selective service system that requires all male U.S. citizens and male immigrants aged 18 to 25 to register with the government in case of a military draft. If a draft were to be reinstated, college students could be drafted along with other individuals. So they would be eligible.
Okay. All right. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Yeah, of course, of course. Mark in Spring Hill, you have a comment on Ukraine. Mark, you're on SuperTalk. What's up, man?
Yeah, Chris, thanks for a minute. I just kind of wanted to play devil's advocate if I could, if you can help me wrap my mind around this. I mean, I kind of look at a lot of what's going on there as pretty similar to when Adolf Hitler said, all right, there's a chunk of Czechoslovakia that speaks German, and I think it should be part of Germany, so I'm going to take it because I got an army. Vladimir Putin looks a lot the same to me. I got a real problem with that, and I don't think I'd let him take a slice of America, just because he thinks he wants it, or, if Mexico wanted California because they speak Spanish, although I'm not sure we'd miss it that much. But having said that, how do you start to deal with the question of, it doesn't seem to be costing us a lot. There's not a single American who's been involved who's died, not in any of our forces anyway, officially. So, I kind of look at this as money well spent, that we're giving them some of our leftover stuff and a relatively small percentage of the budget that we spend year to year on defense, and they're really kicking Russia's teeth in, and that kind of makes me happy. But I'd love to hear your thoughts on, if you think I've seen it the wrong way.
Well, I mean, I don't think that $100 billion is any small slice, especially when we're $33 trillion in debt.
But if we spend $700 billion a year every year, and we've done it all of my life, it's a relatively small percentage, and that never got us any actual result.
But
if
Russia's
never been degraded,
but
now they're actually getting degraded.
If that $100 billion escalates the conflict to the point where nukes are in the air, is that worth it?
Well, that's a reasonable question. I can't really imagine that even Putin's that insane. I mean, in the end, what's he going to do? The reality is, he's trying to take something he can't hold, and I think, if I was a Ukrainian, I'd fight until my last bullet as well to make sure these guys get out of my land. So my guess is, sort of the nuclear option, he's just going to be stuck there until he's lost enough people that they finally send him home.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how much Ukraine is actually winning. I mean, the former German Chancellor, Breitbart is reporting, claims that the Biden administration blocked Ukraine from agreeing to a peace deal in 2022. They were open to a peace deal in 2022.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine early on, I'd certainly be open to talking as well. I guess the question becomes, what is it, it's one thing to talk about peace. It's another question of, well, what is it you want for peace? And if a country somehow managed to take a slice of American territory and said, now we want to talk, I think I'd be willing to have a conversation, but the conversation would be, when you get out, we'll stop killing you. I mean, I'm not sure that we know what the context of having a peace talk would have meant. My assumption is that Zelensky and everybody else in leadership in Ukraine was, well, we'll talk about how quickly you get out, but not how much of our land you get to keep.
Well, I mean,
since we don't really know the context of the conversation, I'm not sure we can do anything other than speculate about what that might have meant. I mean, we've had peace talks with North Korea about South Korea, and we have a quote unquote demilitarized zone with a war that's still technically going on, but it doesn't mean that we agree that their goals are something we're going to let happen.
True, but do you want this to go on forever, where we're funding Ukraine and then some of those weapons are ending up in the Middle East, be it through Russia on the black market sales or through Ukraine on black market sales, that then those weapons are ending up in the hands of terrorists? I just don't, to me, the entire Ukraine thing just seems like a no-win.
Well, I think it might be less important whether we win and whether Russia loses, in the sense that, if modern democracies basically say anybody with an army is allowed to redraw a map, I mean, isn't that a pretty scary precedent? And I don't understand how anybody thinks Vladimir Putin is the good guy in this. I'm not saying that Zelensky's a great guy, but I mean, Putin is the guy who's literally killed a large number of his political opponents. They haven't had a free election in 30 years. I mean, literally. He just manipulates their election after election after election. Anybody who stands up to oppose him within Russia gets killed frequently. They don't have freedom of the press. I couldn't make this phone call in Russia. I mean, that's one thing that I think we're on the same wavelength. I can pick up my phone. I can call you. I can tell you what I think. And if I was a Russian who said Putin's doing the wrong thing, this is the end. This is the last day of my life, and I think we all know that. Ukraine's got a lot of problems, and I'm not saying there's not corruption there, but Russia is a monster. It's a nightmare. And I really think, I'm not sure how we're not talking more about how we can support one country that basically only has the goal of getting out from under control of Russia. You look at what Russia did to Belarus. They've been a puppet of Russia for 30 years, and Lukashenko, who's in charge there, is a joke. At least, for all of our problems in America, we have a somewhat functioning democracy.
I mean,
anyway.
somewhat, I guess. But I personally, I just feel like we could use that money for ourselves a lot better. I mean, we have a wide open border. Our cities are overrun with crime. Like, America's a mess in so many different ways, but they want us to fund another, what is it, $60 billion going to Ukraine? Like, enough is enough. When is too much going to be too much?
Well, I would make one argument for that, which would be if we spend $60 billion, for example, and the answer is that degrades Russia so severely that they're a less threat to us, then we can spend what's in our normal defense budget anyway on something else next year or the following year. I mean, again, we do spend $700 billion every year, and it hasn't really gotten us very much, would be my argument. I mean, our three biggest problems are China, Russia, and terrorism. Those have been the same things we've been spending $700 billion a year on for decades and decades and decades, adjusted dollars. Now we're actually seeing Russia, I mean, they're sending out garbage, T-55s they've had in the middle of Siberia for, many, many years that are rusting out. I know the war's not close to being over, but it does look like Russia's having some real serious problems, and that looks like money well spent, in my opinion.
It looks like money well spent until it gets escalated to the next level. Do you know what I mean?
Well, if that happened, that would be a different question. Yeah,
but if we keep funding it, I don't think that there's any question that it won't escalate, or that we're not going to push Russia more into the arms of China. I don't think that we're looking at a scenario where we're going to be like, haha, Ukraine won because we funded them. I think that we look at a situation where we funded Ukraine and we elongated this war an extra decade. And wasted more of American taxpayer dollars. Or worse, we put boots on the ground and then we're losing our sons. You know what I mean?
It seems like it could be a year or so out before. I mean, Putin's not going to live that long anyway. At some point, either he's going to have a medical problem or someone in the Kremlin who's smarter than him is going to find a way to get rid of him. But having said that, I think the next guy who comes along says, he'll scream and he'll yell and he'll talk about how much he hates Ukraine. But he'll probably back out of the war because it just isn't going to get him what they want.
So let me ask you this, Mark. What does victory in Ukraine look like to you?
When there's not a single Russian soldier anywhere in Ukrainian territory using the map back from 2014, including Crimea, including the Donbass and Luhansk.
I think
it's not their territory.
I don't think it's going to happen.
I understand that, but I think it might. And in the meantime, they keep getting degraded on the Russian side. So unless we're really genuinely worried that, tomorrow Putin is going to push the nuclear button, which I really don't think he can do. I think there's honestly too many people in the Kremlin who want to live through next week as well. So, it's just,
I mean, you do keep mentioning Russia being degraded on the other side. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen that. I haven't seen reports that Russia's being degraded on the other side. I wonder where you're seeing that.
Well, I mean, the latest example, I'd definitely look at the ATACMS hit, on their helicopter base last week that took out 9 helicopters. I mean, they had roughly 100 Ka-52 Alligator helicopters, for example, when they started this war. They're down to like 20 of them. Those are the major capabilities.
How much money would you be? How much?
They actually lost a nuclear submarine in their dry dock in Sevastopol. That's pretty serious.
That is serious. How much money would you be willing to throw at this?
Well, I would easily put a third of our budget, because that's always been reserved in my mind for Russia anyway. A third of our budget? Yeah, $700 billion a year. If we spend a third of that, we already are. Essentially, that's what we've been doing to keep Russia under control in the first place.
Yikes! I don't know, man.
And it all goes to our own people. We're sending it to our own American companies, employing American citizens.
Sounds like the military-industrial complex to me, and just supporting more forever wars. And I'm not with it.
Well, I appreciate the thought.
Hey, man, thanks so much. I appreciate you. I don't know. I don't really like Ukraine and throwing money at that. Jeff in Watertown, you have a comment on Ukraine. You're on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. What's up, Jeff?
Good morning. The one thing that the previous caller is leaving out is he doesn't know that Russia's funding this war. He assumes that Russia's funding it, but I believe Putin's been to China several times and vice versa. We don't know that China's not funding this for the Russians.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've just always felt like Russia's not the real problem. China's the real problem, but we seem to be pushing Russia into the arms of China throughout this whole thing. Maybe I'm wrong.
I just feel like that we're fighting, and it could be even more, but I feel like we're fighting, but definitely fighting the Chinese wherever. They're funding things all over the world that are absolutely against us. Take Iran, for instance. So that's my point, is that we're not just fighting Russia, we're fighting China.
No, hey, I totally agree with you, Jeff, and I appreciate the call, man. Devin Nunez was on Maria Bartiromo over the weekend, and he brought up kind of a similar point. We are fighting China. And in fact, we're spending all this money in Ukraine. Our border's wide open. And you know who's coming across is Chinese nationals, believe it or not. Well, of course you believe it because it's the truth.
Griff Jenkins is at the border, and he says that CBP sources have told him that nearly 2,000 Chinese migrants have been apprehended at the southern border. China, 7,000 miles away from the United States. They are coming through the southern border, and these are military-aged men. What do you make of this? This is just 14 days. This number is astonishing. 2,000 people in 14 days, Devin.
This has been going on for a while. This issue has been covered up really by the fake news and the Biden administration. They knew these Chinese nationals were coming in months ago. I mean, look, Maria, I don't even get intelligence reports anymore, but you can see reports from all over the globe of Chinese nationals, military age, just like you said. This is real, and it's been happening for months. And everyone knew they were eventually going to make their way to the border and cross the border. And look, it's not just China. There's over 100 different countries. And you only have to look. I mean, think about what we've seen in this country, something that you would not have seen some 15 or 20 years ago.
I mean, he makes such good points. Our border's wide open. We have Chinese nationals coming across. I think we can all agree that China's the real enemy here, and nothing's being done about it. But we keep throwing billions at Ukraine. Billions. Billions and billions and billions. I'm not with it. And I feel like we keep pushing on this conflict any harder, it's going to be World War III. It's like, geez, it seems like every which way we look for is a different chance at World War III these days. John texted and he said, Chris, money given to Ukraine is in addition to the defense budget and will be. Good to know. 5651 texted in and said, hey, Chris, I am not in favor of endless spending, yet I don't want Russia to take over Ukraine and have us standing around doing nothing. Then what happens when China wants Taiwan? Do we let them? Guys, nothing is going to be easily solvable with the current president that we have. Nothing. We had a guy in there that led with strength. We had a guy in there that didn't start new wars. Now we have the most popular president in history with 81 million votes, who basically empowers our enemies around the globe to, help us spend our money. And it just feels like we're funding both sides in Israel, Hamas. I mean, I played the aid trucks going into Gaza earlier. Definitely feel like they snuck some weapons in there. So are we funding both sides there? This Ukraine stuff, it's like, we keep pushing. Which American city would you like to trade for Kyiv? Because if buttons start getting pressed, I mean, that's where we're at. 1020 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTM. My name is Chris Hand. Find me on Twitter, True Social, Instagram, at Chris Hand on air. It's SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Manhunt still underway for an accused attempted cop killer in Middle Tennessee. We've got 9 new House Speaker candidates. They're going to go behind closed doors. Israel under pressure to delay that ground attack on Hamas. All this and more at 10:30 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. Yes, I just can't get behind funding Ukraine in this, what feels like to me a soon-to-be forever war. Bob in Spring Hill, you have a comment on war funds. Bob, you're on Super Talk. What's up, man?
Shouldn't spend another nickel in Ukraine. Most of that $100 billion goes right back into the coffers of the crooked, treasonous administration that's fostered and postured that war, as you stated, for the industrial war machine. There's no accountability for that $100 billion whatsoever. We don't know where it's gone, and to continue to pour more and more money, all we're doing is prolonging the suffering of the innocent Ukrainian people. Yes, we do have special operations in Ukraine, on the ground with forces. Not to be specific, that's for another matter in closed discussion. However, we are drastically low on munitions. We're under contract to provide munitions to Ukraine that has put our supplies at critical shortages that our armor and artillery units can't even train in the United States with. And yet, the insatiable greed and power dictates that it continue at an insatiable rate with no good outcome in sight.
And great point about how we're running out of our own armaments. And also, to your point about how you said we don't know where any of that money is going, we do know that the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, announced in July that $1 billion of that would be used to pay for salaries of their first responders. So, we're
talking about a precision account for the vast sums of money that have been spent. And to try to have some kind of understanding of what is your goal. You don't contribute to the magnitude, the potential future risk and magnitude, because Putin is not going to fail, but it could have all been prevented except for feckless, treasonous, poor foreign policy. If he had been assured of the crooked Ukrainian administration, Zelensky's a dictator, not a good guy, but strongly and intensely linked with the Biden administration in fraud and kickbacks.
Oh, absolutely.
If he had been assured, if Putin had been assured that we're not going to allow the Ukraine to become part of NATO, it would have never happened. Not a life lost. That all assembled due to the link, the criminal link between the Biden administration and Zelensky. Any of and Green, one of our congressmen, was quick to agree to sending that money. His office will not respond to me at all anymore when I call him out on it. That is a tell on our representative and what they're involved in and what they may be getting back from that. We shouldn't spend another nickel in the Ukraine. We need to get ready for war footing, because scripturally, World War III is coming to the forefront in the Middle East, and this current administration is preventing the Special Operations Forces in Israel from acting. You do not want to prolong the stress, and I'm speaking from personal experience, of going down range for prolonged periods of time before you commit to act.
Yeah,
because all you're doing is allowing Iranian forces and their minions to fortify and to establish optics that can't be achievable.
You mentioned Mark Green's office not taking your calls anymore. Did you know that as far as politicians who benefit from war, there's a Twitter account called Unusual Whales, and they keep track of a lot of this stuff. The number 2 politician trading stocks that would benefit from war, number 1 is Kevin Hearn, number 2 is Mark Green.
Absolutely. It's a tell. It's an absolute tell. You know, God bless my brothers in Ukraine now, but but they're being misled, and there are guys who in the special operations community have been in there a number of years, and they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place.
Hey, I totally get it, man, and I really appreciate your call, Bob. Thank you so much. It is 10:30 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver's got the news.
.30 on the dot this Monday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast in 2 minutes. And right now in Middle Tennessee, both police officers who were shot in Laverne on Saturday are now home from the hospital. Ashley Boleyjack and Greg Kern recovering at home. TBI has placed the son of Nashville's police chief on its top 10 most wanted list for this. John Drake Jr., who is a convicted felon, faces 2 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and he is on the run. Later today in our nation's capital, the House Speaker's race has 9 new contenders.
Republicans will meet behind closed doors. They'll hear from those candidates directly with hopes of selecting a new nominee tomorrow. But right now, it's unclear if anyone will be able to unite this bitterly divided Republican Party.
That's Rachel Scott reporting. In Israel-Hamas war continuing coverage, the Biden administration asking Israel to delay a pending ground operation in Gaza to allow for humanitarian aid shipments and innocents to get to safety. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, it's Chris Hand for my guys at USS, United Structural Systems. This is the week I'm on the schedule getting my crawl space completely encapsulated. Now, when I got to meet the team at USS, they told me their industry is one of those ones where you don't know you need them until you know you need them. And when we got a critter in my crawl space, I'd poke my head down there for the first time in a long time and realized, whoa, need the guys at USS down here. And I did. We're going to do a whole crawl space encapsulation. It's going to be all cleaned up, looking nice and pretty. My kids even want to use it as a clubhouse once it's done. I've told them no numerous times. Hasn't made them stop asking. But the guys at USS, they do good work. If you're noticing water in your crawl space, wet basement walls, cracks in your basement floors, that's your house trying to tell you something. And the guys at USS, they're fluent in house. They can help you break down what you need. 615-488-7855. With 25,000 satisfied customers in Middle Tennessee, I'm confident you will be 25,001. Call USS today, 615-488-7855, or online at USSTN.com. SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. Find me on Twitter, Instagram, True Social, at Chris Hand on air. Hit the follow button. I will follow back. We were talking about Russia, Ukraine, the Middle East, all things World War III on the Chris Hand Show. It seems like we're inching closer and closer to that. Brian in Tennessee, you got a comment on Ukraine. Brian, you're on the Chris Hand Show. What's up, man?
Yeah, I want to know if you know whatever happened to that cryptocurrency that was like 3 letters, like CTZ or whatever, and the guy, I guess, stole all the money from the company and ran off to Hawaii or something and ended up turning himself in, but then the case disappeared. When they were going through the case to see what happened to all the money, they discovered that he received millions and millions of dollars from Ukraine, and he also sent millions of dollars to our politicians. So, I mean, it's just a clear circle of embezzlement.
Yep, Sam Bankman-Fried. It was the it was the FTX crypto exchange. I haven't been paying too much attention to it, to be perfectly honest with you, but he did allegedly spend billions in customer funds before the collapse. There are talks that he was donating to politicians' campaigns, and he was even quoted saying that he thought he had a 5% chance of becoming president himself. I mean, the guy was nuts.
Yeah, he was.
I mean, you look at this guy, I don't know. Doesn't seem very presidential to me.
No, but I mean, if we're going to send Ukraine any more money, we need to start keeping track of it. What's happening with it? How is it being spent? I mean, that's what you're supposed to do with your money. You keep track of it. You get receipts. You get proof.
Well, hey, let's not talk crazy here, all right? This is our government we're talking about.
Sadly.
Hey, appreciate the call, Brian. Thanks so much. 615-737-9986 if you want to join the conversation. You know, we were also talking about arms to Ukraine and how it's depleting our stockpiles. You know that John Kirby was just on CNN maybe 45 minutes ago, and they brought this up to him about how our weapons and how our stockpiles are low, and how if that's a concern for the U.S. right now. Oh, give me some audio. Sorry, I was wondering where that was. Here we go. Here's John Kirby.
My question is the state of those stockpiles right now, the state of where U.S. weapon stockpiles stand, with 2 wars sending now 2 different types of shipments on a regular basis towards 2 U.S. allies. How big is the concern that the U.S. is dangerously low on what it should have for its own defense right now?
Well, of course it's a concern. That's why we asked for that extra supplemental funding from Congress. Without getting into classified information, I can assure you and the American people that the United States military can continue to defend our national security interests all around the world.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. We get to continue being world police. Of course it's a concern, but not enough of a concern to stop us from being the world police. Unreal. This is your government. Just inching us closer and closer, beating the war drum. The military-industrial complex will not stop, and they want more conflict, more money. In fact, I had a super texter point out, you guys are missing the point on Gates. You know, what he's done is he's stopped all funding, even if just for a moment. That was 0095 texted that in. You don't get it. Gates did it to stop all the funding, if just for a moment. I think that's probably one of the only good things about the Speaker of the House race right now. All funding stopped. Banks closed. But we do have a Speaker of the House race going on. I put this together. This is Hakeem Jeffries and Tim Burchett. And I want you to listen to these two very closely.
At every step of the way, Republicans have rejected bipartisanship and embraced extremism.
They should have stayed in D.C. and continued their work. They took a secret ballot and they decided in the basement of the Capitol, they said that Jim Jordan would not be the Republican nominee.
Jim Jordan is a clear and present danger to our democracy.
The most popular grassroots Republican in the country, really, more than anybody, decided he was not the right person for the job.
Clear and present danger to our democracy.
Well, Jim Jordan was a clear and present danger to our democracy. Maybe because he didn't want to send all that money to Ukraine. Possibly. Jim Jordan was on record saying, not a fan of the Ukraine conflict. And then late Friday afternoon, he was the victim of a secret vote after the Republican conference met up. And there was 88 votes to keep Jordan and 112 to eject him. So Jim Jordan is out of the running for Speaker of the House. After that, House Republicans went home for the weekend, as you heard from Tim Burchett. He would have preferred to stay in there and work all weekend long, and I think the American people would have preferred that as well. But instead, we got a nice weekend off for Congress. And now we expect him to get back to work today. But Jim Jordan out as the GOP House Speaker nominee in a closed-door meeting. So, of course, it was a closed-door meeting. And you know, Tim Burchett makes a good point. And the more, just for the record, the more I see from Tim Burchett, the more I like him. I put that on Twitter over the weekend. Everybody agrees. They like Tim Burchett. Jim Jordan, according to Tim Burchett, and you know, anyone with eyes, the most popular grassroots Republican in the country outside of Donald Trump. And he's a threat to our democracy, according to Hakeem Jeffries. And I think he's a threat to the deep state and to the military-industrial complex because he didn't want to keep funding forever wars. So they got rid of him. Got to go. Sorry, Jim. Hey, Kevin in Nashville, you have a comment on the John Kirby clip we played a minute ago. Kevin, you're on SuperTalk. What's up, man?
Yeah, what Kirby didn't say was how long we could hold on, how long we could conduct a protracted effort if that were to come up. And it is very likely that could come up. And then while I was in the military, I watched everything more from, we went from a win two major theater intensity conflicts at the same time to a win. And then went from there down to, well, we can just handle one. And I'm not in favor of being the world's police because, having been deployed in a couple of these things, no, don't like it, and we shouldn't be. But this is it. But what they're talking about is insane. We have given Ukraine the farm.
Yeah.
And even the commanders had already said they cannot replace the weaponry fast enough because the factories can't keep up. They use pre-positioned stuff that we had in Europe, over in Israel. We had pre-positioned stuff. We sent that to Ukraine too. You give Ukraine one shot. After that, it's a loss, whether they win or lose. You don't want Putin to win, but that's got to be on them. We can't do this for everybody.
Oh, absolutely. And where's the EU in all of this? You know, where
yes.
Like, step up. If this is so important to everyone, step up. But we can't just like full sail sell out our country for Ukraine.
Yes. And then one other thing, on the Hakeem Jeffries with Burchett being a threat to democracy, he's from the dumbbells that want to, hey, let's bring in Palestinian refugees. If he can think back to the 70s when Jordan and Lebanon did it, what happened to them?
Yep.
When they took in Palestinian refugees. And shortly thereafter, hey, there's a civil war erupting, and guess who did it?
Yeah, no, I totally get it. And listen, I'm all for immigrants if you want to assimilate, but if you're not going to assimilate, then all you're going to do is cause problems. And I don't know if you want these problems when even Middle Eastern countries like Egypt and Jordan don't want these problems.
Right.
Yeah. Hey.
They said their words were they are ungovernable. Now I'm not going to throw the blanket over all of them, but that's what they said, and they don't want them.
Hey, you're not lying. Thanks for the call, Kevin. I really appreciate you, man. Just in case you missed it, this was John Kirby on how big of a concern it is that the U.S. is dangerously low on weapons right now.
My question is the state of those stockpiles right now, the state of where U.S. weapon stockpiles stand, with two wars sending now two different types of shipments on a regular basis towards two U.S. allies. How big is the concern that the U.S. is dangerously low on what it should have for its own defense right now?
Well, of course it's a concern. That's why we asked for that extra supplemental funding from Congress.
Of course it's a concern. Oh, thanks, John. Of course it's a concern. That's why we need more money. Well, Jim Jordan was against sending more of our weapons and money to Ukraine, and I suspect that's why he's out as speaker. That's why he's not going to be getting the nod. Personally, that's how I feel. There's an exclusive on Breitbart. Texas Republican John O'Shea is saying Kay Granger is the matriarch of opposition to the Jim Jordan speakership bid. O'Shea spoke to Breitbart News Saturday, and he told Matthew Boyle that as 25 House Republicans blocked the House Judiciary Committee chairman speaker bid, that Granger was one of the more prominent members to oppose Jordan. She serves as chairwoman for the House Appropriations Committee. O'Shea, a businessman who hopes to primary Granger, said that Granger represents what's wrong with this country. We have a ruling class of political professionals and politicians, and this oligarchy does not care about their constituents. I think it's very clear that they don't care about their constituents. Jim Jordan was ultimately the favorite of the American people to become Speaker of the House. None of them care about their constituents. But O'Shea focused in on Kay Granger. He says, what does Kay do? Does she listen to her constituents? No. She goes her own path as a chairwoman of appropriations, never meeting a spending bill that she does not love. She decided to be the matriarch of the opposition. Granger's Appropriations Committee represents a strong core of opposition to Jordan's speakership bid. They were 7 of the 25 House Republicans against Jim Jordan. It was Granger, Steve Womack, Mario Diaz-Balart, Jake Elzy, Tony Gonzalez, John Rutherford, and Mike Simpson. Granger's opposition to Jordan incensed Jim Banks. We talked about this on Friday, so much so that he called to remove her from the committee chair. Jim Banks, and again, we covered this on Friday, said Kay Granger doesn't deserve to be the chairwoman of the Appropriations Committee. She's blocking the most fiscally conservative choice we've ever had to be the Speaker of the House, and she should lose her gavel for that. I think she should lose her gavel. Kay Granger's also 80 years old and should just retire. Go hang out on the beach. Time to move on. But she won't. She loves the power and she loves the money. Republicans are just as bad as Democrats. They really, truly are. They're just as bad. So where do we go from here? Well, as far as Speaker of the House goes, there are 9 people now going for the chair. My favorite is absolutely Byron Donalds. If we're just going to move on from Jim Jordan, which it appears that everybody's moving on from Jim Jordan. I mean, Jim Jordan was ready to move on from Jim Jordan before he decided to fight again, and they removed him in a closed-door vote. So Jim Jordan, that's out. That's out of the question, right? Byron Donalds appears to be my favorite. This is his elevator pitch on becoming Speaker of the House.
My pitch is very simple. First, we got to get back to work immediately. We have to get these appropriation bills done. We must secure our border. If we're going to continue government funding, the border must be secured, and the White House has to realize that and take us seriously. Number 2, we have a true ability to expand our majorities past this Congress. We can do that with strong, direct leadership where the White House knows where we stand. The American people see the strategies and the work that the Republican majority is trying to get done. I totally believe that. And number 3, we can have unity in our conference. It's going to start with a fresh voice in leadership, working with all of our colleagues to accomplish the mission that our voters sent here to do.
So, all right, that's his elevator pitch. Like, I don't know. It wasn't like fiery. I was expecting a little bit more from him, to be honest with you. I still think he's my favorite moving forward. I'll tell you who's not my favorite, Tom Emmer. Tom Emmer has the endorsement from Kevin McCarthy. And he also has an endorsement from Democrat Dean Phillips. Dean Phillips went on record, said, it would be great to have a Minnesotan serve as Speaker of the House. If Tom Emmer becomes the GOP nominee, I invite him to work with Democrats on bipartisan path to end the nonsense and reform the House so it starts working for people. It's time. Yep. Well, when a Democrat says bipartisan efforts and bipartisan paths, it just means that the conservative will undoubtedly bend the knee to them and concede major points. It's not really working together. It's working with the Democrats. Emmer is one of 9 House Republican Speaker candidates who hope to lead the chair after Jim Jordan has been ousted. Not a fan. Not a fan. We'll see what happens. At least 12 Republicans have said they are opposed to Tom Emmer under any circumstance, one senior GOP source told Breitbart News. So probably won't be Tom Emmer either. We probably aren't going to have a Speaker of the House till before Thanksgiving. It's going to be a while. It's not happening anytime soon. We'll see what happens. It's 10:50 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. This is The Chris Hand Show.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11 or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
Got an update on the 2 police officers shot in Laverne over the weekend, sparking that manhunt still underway. This story and more at 11 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. It is the Chris Hand Show on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. Anything you want to join in and comment on, you're more than welcome to. 615-737-9986, 615-737-9986. Got a lot of texts of people not being fond of Tom Emmer as Speaker of the House. 4460 said, CBS's new show, Survivor 47, Speaker of the House, K Street versus Main Street. I like it.
That's pretty good. I like that one.
I like it a lot. Hey, there is some other news. Mitch McConnell, he's a miracle worker. He's completely recovered after twice freezing in public. Just in case you're keeping score at home. Totally fine. He was on CBS's Face the Nation over the weekend. He says he's in good shape.
Any signs of frostbite or anything from freezing up that much?
No frostbite, but he says,
that's good.
He says he's doing fine.
People wonder about your health. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm completely recovered and just fine.
You and your office felt the need to share and disclose some of the details about your health because of some of these public incidents. And the doctor here said there was no evidence of Parkinson's disease or a stroke or a seizure. And I wonder, is there anything the public should know that wasn't disclosed?
I'm in good shape, completely recovered, and back on the job.
So does that mean that you think you are able to continue serving and you want to continue serving here at a time when we are talking about incredible dysfunction in Washington?
I think we ought to be talking about what we were talking about earlier rather than my health.
I don't know. I think we should still be talking about his health. He can say he's in good shape. He can say he's completely recovered and back on the job, and still think that he should just hang it up, man. Go enjoy some time with your family. I don't understand why these elderly politicians keep pushing, and just claw for power at every opportunity that they have. He will not hang it up until he is forced to. I feel bad for him. Somebody in his family's got to tell him it's time, Grandpa. It's time. 11 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. Ken Weaver with the latest headlines right now on SuperTalk.
Eleven o'clock on the dot this Monday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Got the full forecast coming up in 2 minutes. And right now in Middle Tennessee, both police officers who were shot over the weekend are recovering at home. Officers Ashley Boleyjack and Greg Kerr were shot while investigating a stolen vehicle parked at a Dollar General store in Laverne. Channel 4's Ryan Breslin says the shooter, identified by police as John Drake Jr., is the estranged son of Nashville's police chief, who says he is deeply disappointed and saddened.
Metro Police Chief John Drake also says that his thoughts and prayers are with those 2 officers. He says that his estranged son turned to crime many years ago, is a convicted felon, and also adds that he has not been a part of his life in many years. TBI says John Drake Jr. should be considered armed and dangerous at this time.
$2,500 reward is up for information leading to an arrest. Israel-Hamas war continuing coverage.
Following pressure from world leaders, trucks with humanitarian aid, food, water, and medical supplies are finally being allowed through the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Israel. But relief workers say much, much more help is needed. The cousins of U.S. hostages Judith and Natalie Renan, who were released by Hamas last week, say they are overjoyed to see them free. But ABC's Matt Gutman in Tel Aviv says they're also worried about other relatives who are still being held captive.
I'm told that Israeli officials and the FBI have been mining the family, Judith and Natalie, for any granular details about who held them. Could it have been senior Hamas officials or low-ranking guards? Who were they held with? Were there other hostages there? What did they smell? What did they hear around them? Were they held above ground or in tunnels? All of those details could help provide key intelligence about the other hostages.
And that's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
.05 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. What's going on? It's Chris Hand getting a bunch of texts about the Mitch McConnell clip I just played. Mitch saying he's fully recovered. Everybody's saying, well, what did he recover from? Well, he's not saying, but I think he's just referring to his freeze-ups. He's fully recovered. Don't ask too many questions, okay?
People wonder about your health. How are you feeling? How are you doing?
I'm fine. I'm completely recovered and just fine.
Completely recovered. Just fine. That's all you need to know. What are you recovered from, sir? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's not seizures or anything like that. We're totally good. Thanks, Mitch. Thanks.
You and your office felt the need to share and disclose some of the details about your health because of some of these public incidents. And the doctor here said there was no evidence of Parkinson's disease or a stroke or a seizure. And I wonder, is there anything the public should know that wasn't disclosed?
I'm in good shape, completely recovered, and back on the job.
So no, nothing that we didn't disclose the public should know. Don't worry about it. Stop asking questions.
So does that mean that you think you are able to continue serving and you want to continue serving here at a time when we are talking about incredible dysfunction in Washington?
I think we ought to be talking about what we were talking about earlier rather than my health.
Yeah, don't talk about my health. I'm fine, says Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell wasn't the only one making the rounds on the weekend shows. I do enjoy the weekend shows. Everybody gets out there. Everybody talks. Tim Scott was on ABC, fake news ABC, And Tim Scott, this is what kills me about the fake news. Tim Scott, for all intents and purposes, is a very reserved guy. You wouldn't ever look at Tim Scott and think he's a MAGA extremist, alt-right conspiracy theorist or anything like that, right? But ABC News did their absolute best to make Tim Scott appear to be unhinged with their line of questioning about a comment that Tim Scott made.
I want to ask you about something that you said just a few days after October 7th when Hamas attacked. You said that Joe Biden had blood on his hands. That didn't really sound like the Tim Scott that I know, the hopeful, optimistic campaign you talked about running. But sometimes in the heat of the campaign, you say things that maybe you regret. Do you regret saying that, saying that the President of the United States has blood on his hands?
I don't, actually. I'm a happy warrior without any question.
He says, I don't. I'm actually a happy warrior. Do you regret any of that, Tim? Do you think that was too far? Do you, Tim?
Of saying that the President of the United States has blood on his hands?
I don't know if you've been paying attention online, but saying that the president has blood on his hands when it comes to Hamas and the terror attack on October 7th in Israel, it's like one of the tamest takes out there. Okay? It's very, very tame. That's not like a hardcore take. You know what I mean? Like that. Very, very simple. Very, very simple take. I mean, you want a hardcore take. It's like what Charlie said.
But I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours? I don't believe it. Israel's the size of New Jersey. When I took a helicopter ride from Jerusalem to the Gaza border, it's 45 minutes. Wow. 6 hours. They're live streaming the killing of Jews. Did somebody in the government say stand down? That is a legitimate, non-conspiracy question.
That was Charlie Kirk and his take on the October 7th Hamas terrorist attack in Israel. And that's a legit question, too, that just doesn't seem to be getting answered at all. But Tim Scott on ABC, Tim Scott's getting raked through the coals for saying that the president had blood on his hands. Do you regret that, Tim?
Do you regret saying that, of saying that the President of the United States has blood on his hands?
I don't, actually. I'm a happy warrior without any question, but we are now in the midst of a conflict. And so the warrior in me requires responsibility to start at the top. When you think about the fact that the weakness of Joe Biden attracts conflict around this world, and frankly, the negotiations with Iran is what specifically I was talking about. $6 billion for hostages only creates a bigger market for Americans abroad.
But Senator, if I can just...
John, let me finish.
Okay.
That money, let me finish, John. Look, that money, we know Hamas's first thank you was to Iran. 90% of their money comes from Iran. You put those pieces of the puzzle together. That's why this administration froze those dollars just last week.
And Tim Scott is absolutely right. Like, just follow the money. It's very easy to say Joe Biden has blood on his hands with this terrorist attack. It's not a radical. This is not a radical take from Tim Scott. He's not a MAGA extremist. But ABC keeps pushing and poking at him, trying to infer that he went too far saying the president had blood on his hands. This is how the fake news works. They're going to make Tim Scott seem like he's one of those extremists.
But I mean, I'm glad you mentioned they froze the money, because none of that money has gone to Iran. None of it. And you said that he has blood on his hands. I mean, with all due respect, the blood is on the hands of Hamas. And to say that Joe Biden is complicit, which you also said, in the greatest, deadliest attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust, I mean, that's beyond the pale, isn't it?
That's beyond the pale. Tim. Why could you do that? How could you do that, Tim? That's beyond the pale. Okay. I don't think anything Tim Scott said was wrong. But ABC did their absolute best. Even when Tim goes on and gives his politician answer the way Tim Scott does, as Tim Scott is expected to. He explains himself. It's very understandable. But even at the end of it, ABC tries one more time to really cover for Biden and make Tim Scott take it back.
Okay, but I think we can agree that the blood is on the hands of Hamas. That's who is to blame.
We can agree that no doubt the person who pulls the trigger is primarily responsible, but that does not release the president of our country as being complicit and responsible.
And I think Tim Scott's actually absolutely right. It doesn't release the president. This wouldn't have happened with Trump in office. It just wouldn't have. A lot of what we're seeing wouldn't have happened with Trump in office. Everything that they accused Trump of doing, Joe Biden is now doing. And you can see it with the chaos in the Middle East. You can see it with the ongoing Ukrainian conflict. It's just nonstop, it feels like. And we're going to send them more money. Joe wants to send them more money. $105 billion. $105 billion, with 60 going to Ukraine, 10 going to Israel, and then the rest of it being divvied up between Taiwan and our border. Our border is an absolute mess, too. It's still a mess, in case you're keeping score at home. Still an absolute mess. Nobody's fixing it. Byron Donalds, who's running for Speaker of the House, he had this to say about our southern border.
Well, let me be very clear. We don't have a money problem with respect to the southern border. We have a policy problem. The policies were put in place by Joe Biden when he became president of the United States. Those policies have to be reversed. House Republicans have supported the strongest border security package that has ever passed the House of Representatives in H.R. 2. The elements of H.R. 2, frankly, all of it should be implemented immediately by the White House. They can do this tomorrow. So if the White House is going to come and say they want more money, then we're going to say, no, you need to change your policies, because the American people want to be supportive around the globe. We are going to be supportive of Israel, but we must secure our border. It must occur, and it needs to happen immediately.
Can you disagree with Byron Donalds there? Our border's a mess. It's not the funding. The money's there. It's the policies aren't being enforced. I feel like a broken record sometimes when we go over this. They could easily fix this, but they choose not to. And on the heels of that, Biden's Custom and Border Patrol quietly has revealed their all-time worst border crossing numbers on Saturday morning. All-time worst. That's we got the high score now. The fiscal year 2023 United States Custom and Border Patrol data released on Saturday morning shows that the number of illegal immigrants in the U.S. has skyrocketed since Biden took over in 21. In fact, the crossings at the U.S. southern border are the highest they've ever been. There were a record 2.4 million apprehensions at the U.S. border in 2023 fiscal year. That's from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. 2.4 million apprehensions. The last record was the previous year, 2.3 million apprehensions. Now, apprehensions are just people that are caught. That's not the number of people that got away. That's not the people that got away. Apprehensions of people who are on the terrorist watch list are nearly double last year's record total. According to Customs Border Patrol, 172 non-citizens who were on the terrorist watch list were apprehended at the border, which was an increase from 2022's record of 98. Before that was 2021, and the highest number was 6 in 2018. It has skyrocketed year over year over year. Total encounters for enforcement officials was 434,562 higher than in 22. Since 2020, that number has continued to increase, with 646,822 total encounters in 2020, over a million the next year, and 1.2 million 2 years later, so in 2023. Don Trump Jr. jumped on X and bashed the department for attempting to bury this release. He said, of course, Customs and Border Patrol waits until Saturday morning to release these disastrous new border numbers so no one is paying attention. Donald Trump Jr. says, so we understand what the invasion looks like. 267 terrorists these were caught. Imagine how many got through. Imagine how many got through. 8 million plus illegal aliens since Biden took office. 72,000, almost 73,000 illegal special interest aliens from countries that harbor terrorism over the last 2 years. Donald Trump Jr. on X says, this isn't an accident or a coincidence. This is deliberately being done by Democrats, and it will destroy the country. Deliberately being done. Eddie in Chapel Hill, you have a comment on our current defense budget. Eddie, you're on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. What's up, Eddie?
Yes, a little earlier, a guy was talking about sending a third of our defense budget, which is $700 billion.
Yep.
And I just wanted to remind him that a third of $700 billion is $210 billion. I do not know the total, but we got to be getting close to that, if not exceeding it already.
Yeah, I think we're about halfway there, Eddie. And also the funding that we're sending to Ukraine, this is extra money. This isn't what's in our defense budget. This is on top. It's a cherry on top.
Yes, and like you said, that some of that's going to pay for their infrastructure. You know, I was raised, you take care of your own house before you take care of somebody else's.
Hey, I mean, I remember it was like a couple months back, I had this whole discussion with people, you know, we're not putting our oxygen mask on first on the plane. We're spending so much money. We're depleting our arms. We don't have our oxygen mask on first. And we're going to find a situation where an ally actually needs help, and then we're not going to be able to help them. And here we are, fast forward, you know, 4 weeks from that conversation. Israel probably could use some help. And now, like, I have no appetite for it. I don't want another forever war, and I don't want to ramp up funding. It just seems ridiculous at this point.
I want to tell you two things. My granddaddy always said this: you got to live on less than you make. I don't care who you are, a person or a government. And number two, I love listening to you from 9 to 12.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Thanks
for
your show.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the call, Eddie. Appreciate you. Your granddaddy was a good man. Smart. Very smart. 9495 texted in regards to the border. They had to paraglide into Israel, but they just walk right into the United States. Yep. They had to paraglide in, but they just get to walk right into America. And they are walking in from everywhere. From everywhere. Just walk in. I joked. I have a friend that lives out of the country. He's like, I don't know when I'm gonna be able to get there. I said, it's probably cheaper to just fly to Mexico. It's probably save you a couple bucks. Get yourself a cell phone and a court date, and you can hang out in the States for a few years. Unreal. Texas, at least, is really taking this thing to a new level. They have lined the border with New Mexico with razor wire. Yep. Not only are they ramping up security on their border, but they've also installed razor wire along the border with New Mexico in an effort to curb illegal immigration. They're putting up fencing between the two states as well. We got to get this thing under control. I mean, I wish we had started this at the beginning of the show. I'd have enough time to fix all the problems, but as it stands, it's 11:20. I mean, show's flying by. Thank you for being here on the Chris Hand Show on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Manhunt continues. Details coming up at 11:30 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken Weaver. It is SuperTalk 99.7 WTN, 11:25. My name is Chris Hand. Cecil in Smyrna, you have a comment on Israel. Cecil, what's up, man? You're on SuperTalk. Yo, Cecil. What happened to Cecil? Somebody's got to go check on Cecil. Mason said he was there. Yo, Cecil, you there? No. Cecil. Cecil's not there.
He may have stepped away being on hold there.
He wasn't on hold. He was only on hold for like 5 minutes.
I know, right? Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty good. Sometimes people wait a lot longer. All right, Cecil, if you got something to talk about, call back. 615-737-9986. What was the gist of his call, Mason?
Well, so he was saying that there's a possibility that Putin might have met with the leaders of Palestine to start a war on their front as well, to kind of diverge forces from two different areas. So we weren't all focused on either Ukraine or Palestine.
Huh.
Thought that was interesting.
It would have been interesting. I wish Cecil was here. We could have talked about it. I would have been down for that. Somebody said, Philip texted in. He said, they need to put alligators in the water on the border. Instead of razor wire in the river, I say fill it with alligators or piranhas. It's a hot take, Philip. It's a hot take, my man. But the border is an absolute mess. So much so that the guys that are seeing what's happening on the southern border are now taking notice and are starting to ramp up focus on the northern border. In fact, New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu, he's fed up with the Biden administration's illegal immigration crisis, and he has formed a Northern Border Alliance Task Force. A Northern Border Alliance Task Force. On Thursday, Governor Sununu said during a press brief that he secured $1.4 million from the state's current budget that will go towards boosting state and local law enforcement patrols along the 58 miles of border that the state of New Hampshire shares with Canada. The course of action follows reports that illegal crossings in northern ports of entry have significantly increased within the past year, which includes encounters with individuals on the terrorist watch list. He says the federal government is refusing to take action on the northern border. They cut funding, limited resources, and have thrown their hands up. Without adequate federal support, the state is stepping up. In meeting with law enforcement up north, it's clear we need more targeted resources. Makes sense. He says encounters with individuals on the terrorist watch list have doubled since 2017 at the northern border. There have been more apprehensions along our northern border in just this past year than in the last 10 years combined. Sounds about right with Joe Biden in control. Furthermore, Governor Sununu of New Hampshire warned that risks to national security are becoming more and more obvious every day. As a result, Sununu said, it is made very clear to us that we need to do more targeted resources. We need to provide an all-hands-on-deck approach. Isn't it amazing? Sununu is a Republican, albeit a New England Republican, but he's taking the northern border more serious than Joe Biden is taking the southern border. Unbelievable. He went at the Biden administration, too, and he says the White House keeps denying their request for help. He's, and I quote, "We asked the federal government for help. We've been denied," Sununu said. There's nothing that's coming from the federal government. No additional efforts out of the federal government. Data does show that illegal encounters have significantly increased along the northern border from Washington state to Maine within the most recent fiscal year. And this doesn't seem like anything compared to the southern border, but it is a big jump. So there were 7,633 encounters through the end of July, compared to 2,238 for all of the fiscal year 2022. There was 916 in 2021. So from 916 at the northern border when Joe Biden started to 7,633 today. I mean, that's before we even get into the southern border, where we have more than 2 million illegal crossings this past year. More than 6 million since Joe Biden became president in 2021. And those are just the ones we know about. Those are the apprehensions and encounters. Those are not the guys that slipped through in the dead of night and got away. 11:30 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. Here's Ken Weaver with the latest news on SuperTalk.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Full forecast in 2 minutes. Right now in Middle Tennessee, the search for John Drake Jr. continues after 2 police officers were shot while investigating a stolen vehicle parked at a store in Laverne on Saturday.
Drake Jr., the estranged son of Metro Nashville Police John Drake, got away, and a statewide blue alert was issued for him. The shelter-in-place warning for people who live near the Dollar General has been lifted. It's because Laverne police tell me they don't believe Drake Jr. is in the area anymore.
Drake Jr. now on the TBI Most Wanted list with a $2,500 reward being offered for information leading to his arrest. Later today in our nation's capital, 9 Republicans vying to be the next House Speaker will meet with the GOP conference behind closed doors, make their pitch to be the designee. And Ian Panel reports retaliatory airstrikes that Israel says target Hamas leaders continue this morning.
A U.S. official telling ABC News the Biden administration is now asking Israel to delay its ground invasion to allow more humanitarian aid to get in and the remaining 222 hostages out.
That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Hey, it's Chris Hand for Paul Winkler, Inc. Me and my wife with our 4 kids. We needed to have a financial plan for the future, and we didn't have one, but we got to link up with Paul and his team at Paul Winkler, Inc., and we do now. Now, because Paul and his team hold themselves to a higher level of fiduciary standard than is required, I got to tell you every time this commercial airs, I am paid, and that's true. But it's not because of that I decided to become a client. I decided to become a client when I got to sit down with Paul and have my questions answered in a way that I could understand and honestly and just brilliantly put. And not only that did I have my questions answered, but I was also educated along the way. Everything Paul and his team do is about education, and the investment education they provide is evidence-based and backed by Nobel Prize-winning research. So if you're thinking about the future and you're worried and you don't have a plan for you, your wife, your children, time to link up with Paul and his team. Everything they do is backed by Nobel Prize-winning research. You should check these guys out. Nothing they do is on commission. Did you hear me? Nothing they do is on commission. So you can be sure when they tell you a decision to make for you and your family that it's for you and your family and not their family, because nothing is done on commission. You can feel the difference between Paul's team and the rest. Experience equals confidence, so do what I did. Talk to one of his team members. Set up a complimentary 15-minute phone call right now on his website, paulwinkler.com. That's paulwinkler.com, or call 615-851-1950. 11:36 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. What's going on? It's Chris Hand. This is the Chris Hand Show. Thank you for joining us on the text line and on the phone line, 615-737-9986. Cecil and Smyrna, you have a comment on Israel and a theory. What's up, Cecil?
Yes, sir. It's just basically a theory. Before this war had taken place right here, Vladimir Putin, he had met with Iran. And I think that this was something, he was, with the intelligence and stuff that Mr. Putin used to be involved in. I think that this was a ploy, to divert some of the arms and stuff instead of going over to Ukraine, over to he had Iran purposely get those militants to attack Israel to divert some of the help that America was giving over to Iran so that he can go and do what he needs to do. We're in a scary point right now, I believe, in our country because we're depleting all of our resources. We've already depleted our oil reserves. That's strictly for wartime. We got so much spending going on. Me and my wife were looking to purchase a home. With the interest rates being as high as they are right now, that's the difference between a couple of $100,000.
Oh, my gosh. You're not kidding on the interest rates. A few months back, I almost moved to Arizona to work with Turning Point USA, and it was like, for what they were charging in interest rates, if I sold my house dollar for dollar the exact same, I would have been paying, $20,000 more a year. It's absolutely insane.
So I just hope that we can survive until we can hopefully get some new leadership in here. Because right now, this wasteful spending and everything, I think the Fed's going to be raising interest rates pretty soon to kind of stop some of this high inflation. So they're already high enough, man. It's just our country just going to hell in the handbasket.
But the inflation isn't going to stop if we don't stop printing money and sending it overseas for foreign wars.
Right, exactly. We need to protect our own. It's just sad that President Biden has done so much to be. He hasn't fulfilled his oath to office and everything, secure our nation and everything with the open borders, which is purposely being done by the Democratic Party to dissuade to take the voting power away from the American citizens. Anybody with common sense can see what's being done. And they're also trying to give these people limited, on what they said during the time of limited citizenship, they're also going to be able to vote too. And so it's totally going to change the voting demographics. I hate putting Democrats all in one point, but the Democrats that were in office when JFK and Democrats, there are still conservative, old-fashioned Democrats. But unfortunately, they're being thrown into this one, liberal socialist kind of, demographic right here. Because I have a lot of friends of Democrats to the old school, and they're conservative, with just differences about, believing in just a few different other things. But, they basically have, conservative values. But they are Democrats.
I mean, I told my mother and father-in-law this all the time. They were fans of the Democrats. I said, if JFK ran today, he'd be a MAGA Republican. You know what I mean?
Thank you for your show.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you calling in, Cecil. Thanks so much. I mean, as far as Cecil's theory goes, is it possible that Putin had that conversation to spread everybody thin? Yeah, I mean, anything's possible. But extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. So we'll see what happens. If you want some nightmare fuel when it comes to the 2024 election, Liz Cheney said that she's not ruling out a run.
Got to elect people who believe in the Constitution and who take their responsibilities seriously to Congress. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time doing that in addition to other things.
But you're not ruling out a presidential run?
No, I'm not.
No, she's not ruling out a presidential run. Okay. I mean, she lost her seat pretty decisively. I wouldn't rule out a loss either, Liz Cheney, if you're not ruling out a run. But she's also gone on record saying that Joe Biden is doing a great job. She says that Biden is providing better international leadership than Trump. Again, with Jake Tapper. She goes on and she's yapping and she says that Joe Biden provides greater leadership than Donald Trump. Tapper literally asked her, who do you think provided better leadership on the international stage, Biden or Trump? She says, oh, certainly Biden. Certainly Biden. Okay. Thanks, Liz. Thanks for your in-depth analysis. But the presidential race is getting heated. It's gearing up. DeSantis does not look like he is going to be the nominee under any circumstances. Breitbart.com has this report detailing how Ron DeSantis lost the online war to Donald Trump. They're detailing a New York Times report, which was published Saturday, about how Governor DeSantis' presidential campaign lost the online war to former President Trump. And that coincided with his drop in the polls. DeSantis lost the meme war. He's lost the meme war. DeSantis' camp attempted to organize an online ecosystem of prominent conservative influencers to lead the charge against prominent pro-Trump influencers and the 45th president's campaign on social media in May at a secret meeting at the home of DeSantis, according to the New York Times. The event backfired and had the opposite effect on some of the 12 or so prominent influencers there who admired DeSantis. 3 people who were at the meeting told the Times. According to politics reporter Ken Bensinger and campaign reporter Nicholas Nehemis, some of the guests at the meeting, which has not previously been reported, left doubtful that the DeSantis camp knew what it was in for. Yeah. They didn't know what they were doing. Weeks after the meeting, DeSantis and his team opted to formally launch his campaign through a Twitter space with the company's owner, Elon Musk, and, that failed. The Twitter launch failed. DeSantis was quickly trolled by Republicans and Democrats alike after his Twitter space was shut down amid technical problems that forced them to launch a new space on the platform. DeSantis' campaign contended in a post that evening that it broke the internet, but they just failed. DeSantis' campaign has just been failing left and right. Another inflection point for Team DeSantis that the Times pointed out came in April, ahead of the meeting, when the MAGA Inc. Political Action Committee, which supports Trump, launched an early $1.5 million attack ad entitled Pudding Fingers, in reference to an unverified report which DeSantis has denied, asserting he once ate chocolate pudding with his fingers. And this is why they lost the meme war. As the Times notes, the hashtag Pudding Fingers remains relevant on Twitter, with the Iowa caucus less than 100 days away, despite his team and surrogates' attempts to dismiss the outlandish content of the rumors. But DeSantis can't take any jokes. That's why he's lost the meme war. They were joking about him wearing platform shoes and high heels, and his campaign team on Twitter went after a conservative influencer who was making a joke about him wearing high heels. They could just roll with these jokes. If they roll with the pudding finger joke, if they roll with the high heel joke, he would become more human and funny. But it just doesn't work that way because DeSantis has no personality or sense of humor. Good governor, terrible presidential candidate. That's just my take. So despite the 3 subsequent indictments of Trump, DeSantis can't gain any momentum. And at this point, DeSantis sits at 13%. And in front of him, we have Nikki Haley, she's right up there in some polls, creeping up there. When you're competing with Nikki Haley, you're not doing very well. But in the latest polls, Trump is basically at 60%. All of the other GOP challengers have fallen flat. In the latest Emerson College poll, they're all down in single digits. It has Trump at 59%, Nikki Haley at 8%, DeSantis at 8%, Christie at 4%, Pence at 3%, Ramaswamy at 3%, Scott Burgum, Hutchinson, Johnson, Elder, all at 1%. In the national poll, 2024 hypothetical from Emerson College, they have Trump at 47%, Biden at 45%, 8% undecided. How can you be undecided at this point? That really, I don't know. That throws me through a loop. How can you be undecided? Either you're a vote blue no matter who, or you can see what's going on. Right? Like undecided, 8% undecided, that seems very high for undecided. Maybe they just didn't want to tell people that they were voting for Trump. I don't know. 8% undecided. Look around. Have you bought groceries lately? I mean, it's crazy. Emerson College, that poll sampled 1,578 voters from October 16th to 17th, and the credibility interval for the full sample registers at 2.4 percentage points. So, whatever that means. And in the midst of all of this, Trump has been dealing with ridiculous court cases and judges, and the New York judge has threatened to lock Trump up over his alleged gag order violations. So can't talk about your case either. New York judge threatened to imprison President Donald Trump on Friday, claiming that he violated a gag order issued at the beginning of the civil fraud trial brought forth by Letitia James. Judge Arthur Engoron berated Trump's defense team in opening remarks over allegations that Trump failed to remove a social media post mocking the judge's clerk's relationship with Democrat Senator Chuck Schumer, which was the reason for the gag order in the first place. He said, in the current overheated climate, incendiary comments can, and in some cases already has, led to serious physical harm and worse. I will now allow the defendants to explain why this blatant violation of the gag order would not result in serious sanctions, including financial sanctions or possibly imprisoning them. Tell you what, you want to lock Trump up over violating a gag order? It will only make him stronger. It will. Your boos mean nothing to us. We've seen what makes you cheer. I say lock him up. I think that that will only strengthen his base, his case, and his support. Good luck with that. 11:48 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. Pamela Furr is in for Matt Murphy next. She's going to check in with us, let us know what's coming up on the show. I did see her Twitter post. She's got a banger of a show today. Pamela Furr joins us next on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11 or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
11:55 on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. It's Chris Hand, joined in studio by Pamela Furr. Hello, Pamela.
Hello, Chris Hand.
How are you?
I am great. How are you?
We're good. Me and Pamela are just off air talking about who's busier.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. I think we're about both the same.
We're very busy.
You're dealing with more individuals yourself than I am.
Yes.
Yeah. So you might. I think you may win.
I don't know. You've been busy too. You got Bourbon Bash coming up.
Got Bourbon Bash coming up, and we've got a special announcement about the Bourbon Bash that I'll tell you about during Matt Murphy's show.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Yeah, I think it is. Maybe, perhaps. And then, this weekend I was over in Sumner County speaking on behalf of Americans for Prosperity, Tennessee. And then yesterday I sang the national anthem at Jack Johnson's big fundraiser, his boots and beans and jeans and meat thing, whatever he calls it. So I was there.
You sang the national anthem?
I did.
That's awesome.
Have you not heard me sing that?
I have not heard you sing. I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh, yeah. I sing that a lot at different places. That's the only song I can sing.
That is so cool.
So, yeah. In fact, hey, can I pitch for some of your events? I'll be happy to sing the national anthem.
Let's go. I'll put you on the short list.
Thank you. But anyway, no, it was a lot of fun and got to see a lot of Patriots this weekend.
I love
and
it.
then, of course, the Alabama-Tennessee game.
So are you just going to do your victory lap the whole first hour of the show?
No, I'm just going to say this one time. Roll Tide. Okay, there. I got it out of my system.
I was about to cover you up with the Rocky Top right there.
You're lucky Mac isn't here. You would be having a...
I would have a Mac attack.
Yes, you would have a Mac attack. It would be a Mac attack.
So anyway, but I have Robbie Starbuck coming on today at 12:30.
Robbie's
we'll talk
a good
about
guy.
kids, yeah, absolutely, and choice and parents and those kinds of things. And then at 1 o'clock, I'm looking forward to this. The author of the new Tucker Carlson book called Tucker.
Cool.
Is going to be in studio with me.
Fun.
Chadwick. Oh, shoot. I don't have his name right in front of me, but Chadwick. Yeah. Hit the Google if you don't mind. But he's going to come in and talk about the book. This is like
Chadwick Moore.
Thank you. A deep dive. He did a deep dive into Tucker. So he spent a lot of time with him. And so we get to find out really what makes Tucker Carlson tick. So that is coming up at 1 o'clock today here on WTN. So it should be fun.
Very cool. No,
yeah.
I want to read that book. I've seen him on a bunch of stuff. He was on Timcast, and he's been making the rounds.
I think he's in... Well, he's obviously in town today, but I think there's a book signing somewhere in town tomorrow, I think. I'll have to ask him when he comes on.
You'll have to
at
ask
105.
him. That's awesome.
I think Matt Murphy's going to check in on his own. He's going to call in on his own show. That always cracks me up.
He's golfing.
He is golfing. He's doing it for a good cause, for blood assurance. So for full disclosure, I'm on the advisory council for that organization for their Tennessee chapter, or I'm sorry, their Nashville chapter. And so they're raising money out at Hermitage Golf Course. So I think Matt is considered a celebrity.
He is.
And so they've paired some golfers with Matt, and I think Larry Gatlin's out there. Last year, I think Vince Gill was out there. I don't know if he's out there this year or not. I haven't heard. But just a bunch of celebrities and playing golf and raising money for a very, very good cause.
That's cool. So Matt is out golfing.
Yep.
He's the celebrity for the day.
Yep. Celebrity of the day. Yeah.
Pamela Furr's in. I'm excited about your interview with Chadwick Moore about the book.
Me too.
He's a smart guy. That'll be really
Seems
cool.
to be. So I can't wait, because there are books out there about Tucker, but this is the one where he spent time with Tucker.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
they got into the weeds on a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. Do you remember, I know I'm talking, but like crazy here. I've had a lot of coffee. Do you remember Tucker before Fox News, though?
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, the bow tie
Tucker.
man. Yep. Yeah.
It's like Jon Stewart wrecked him on that one hardball with Chris Matthews.
Yes,
and,
yeah.
It totally changed his trajectory after that.
Changed after that. You're exactly right. So anyway, that's coming up today. Thank you for letting me plug that, Chris
Yes,
Hand.
I'm excited. I'm excited to listen, and I prefer non-bow tie Tucker.
Yeah, he's the better Tucker.
Yeah, it's Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Pamela Furr in for Matt Murphy right now.
From ABC News. I'm Daria Albinger. The fighting between Israel and Hamas is expanding to the West Bank.
Human rights organizations that we've been speaking with say they have noticed that the amount of clashes here between settlers and Palestinians are on the rise. One Palestinian activist worried things are only going to get worse. She says as the bombardments of Gaza continue, she feels that the international community has given Israel essentially a green light to target Palestinian civilians, and she worries that's going to embolden settlers to go after Palestinians.
ABC's Inez de la Quatera in Jerusalem. Police in Detroit want to know if the fatal stabbing of a synagogue president may have been inspired by the war. Here's ABC's Aaron Katursky.
We got hold of a new memo to law enforcement officials from the department that says that we expect to remain in a heightened threat environment in the near to medium term, even if a diplomatic solution to the crisis is found, because there is still so much raw emotion tied to what's going on in the Middle East.
Samantha Wolf was stabbed outside her home on Saturday. The FAA is looking into an incident aboard an Alaska Airlines flight which left Everett, Washington, and was diverted due to a security threat. Here's ABC's Alex Stone.
We understand that this was an off-duty pilot in the jump seat, deadheading as it's called, when our sources are telling us this off-duty pilot made some comment about "I'm not right," and then lunged and tried to pull the fire extinguisher buttons in the cockpit, which then would have killed the engines. The flying pilots were able to take control of the situation.
The non-flying pilot was taken into custody in Portland after the emergency landing. The House will meet behind closed doors for a candidate forum tonight, where they will hear from 9 members who say they want to be Speaker. Democratic Senator Bob Menendez is expected to plead not guilty today in federal court to a charge he acted as an agent of Egypt while chairing the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. You're listening to ABC News.
This is good news, maybe exactly when you need it to. Right now, switching to MediShare can save you even more than usual on top of what you'll save each month by becoming a member of MediShare. So many people are looking for a healthcare solution right now, especially given how inflation is affecting us. And MediShare is the affordable, reliable alternative to health insurance. The typical family saves about $500 a month. You might save even more. And MediShare is a Christian community that's been sharing each other's healthcare costs for 30 years now, and they're making it easier than ever. Apply by October 31st, and you can save an additional $150 on your first month. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just tell them the promo code SHARE to get your additional savings. Maybe now is the time to make the switch, like more than 400,000 people already have, and start saving. Here it is. It's 877-26-BIBLE. That's 877-26-BIBLE. 877-26-BIBLE.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 12:06. I'm Pamela Furr in for Matt Murphy, who's golfing today. Actually, it's a gorgeous day to golf. I mean, could it get any better?
Yeah, it's way too perfect today.
It is
my
a
goodness.
fall day. Can you see what the temperature is right now? Is it 70 about?
It's 70 right now. I think the high today is 78. So, that's perfect.
Perfect weather. So he'll check in a little later on in the program and just kind of give you an update on what kind of celebrity sightings there are. It's a celebrity golf tournament over there at Hermitage at the golf course over there. And it's all for a good cause, for blood assurance. I'm Pamela Furr. I think I said that earlier, filling in for Matt. I am, your friendly fill-in host around these parts, and I'm also one of the grassroots engagement directors for Americans for Prosperity, and I am very, very proud to be here. At 12:35, Robbie Starbuck will join us. We'll talk about a lot of things. I think that his wife held a rally over the weekend for concerned parents about what's happening in our schools. So we'll talk about that and some other things as well. And then at 1:05, I'm very excited about this. The author of the book, Tucker, is going to join us in studio, and we're going to get some behind-the-scenes stories of what it was like to pick the brain of Tucker Carlson. I've been a fan of his for a long time, long before he started his show at Fox News. So this should be, I think, an interesting conversation and certainly a very interesting book. So that's at 1:05 today. This just in, and I'm not seeing many of the mainstream media outlets reporting this story yet, but this is a little disconcerting if you are someone who likes to travel by airplane. I'll raise my hand on that one. I've been doing a whole lot of traveling lately in the last couple of months, thanks to Americans for Prosperity and the new job that I have. But I'm reading this. It's an off-duty pilot who was allowed to sit in the cockpit with the other pilots. He's accused of trying to shut off the engines on a packed-out Alaska Airlines passenger jet on Sunday. He's been charged now with 83 counts of attempted murder. Holy smokes! His name is Joseph David Emerson, 44 years old. And he faces the litany of homicide charges along with an additional 83 counts of reckless endangerment and 1 count of endangering an aircraft, which, by the way, I didn't even know that was a law. Sounds like that's a good one. Emerson is believed to have been sat in the jump seat beside the operating pilot on board an Embraer. I don't know that brand of plane, but an Embraer 175. I'm not even sure I'm pronouncing it properly. But it was from Everett, here in the United States, Everett in suburban Seattle to San Francisco, Alaskan Airlines, okay? He's accused of attempting to deploy the fire suppression system before crew members managed to subdue him and remove him from the controls. Alaska Airlines said the flight, which departed Washington State at 5:30 last night, I'm rounding, it was actually 5:23, was diverted to Portland International Airport before they arrested him following a, quote, security threat. A security threat on an American airline. I mean, American as in the country, not the brand. On October 22nd, Alaska Airlines Flight 2059, operated by Horizon Air from Everett, Washington to San Francisco, reported a credible security threat related to an authorized occupant in the flight deck jump seat. Lot of PR talk right there. That's PR speak. The crew secured the aircraft without incident. That sounds like police speak. We are grateful for the professional handling of the situation by the Horizon Flight crew and appreciate our guests' calm and patience throughout this event. I would have freaked the you-know-what out. I'm not going to lie to you. Now, I don't know if it would have been visible, but on the inside, I would be, dear Jesus, dear Jesus, dear Jesus, please allow us to get home safely. Dear Jesus, dear Jesus. Live air traffic audio appears to show a pilot describing the person to be Emerson, subdued after the incident, suggesting there was indeed a struggle. I don't have the audio. As soon as I can find it, because this story just broke. As soon as I can find it, I'll get it for you. We've got the guy that tried to shut the engines down out of the cockpit, and he doesn't sound like he's causing any issue in the back row right now. I think he's subdued. That was a pilot talking to air traffic controllers. We want law enforcement as soon as we can get on the ground and parked. He's described, I don't see a picture here, but I saw earlier, 44, bald white guy. Bald white guy. Does not really fit a description of a normal individual who you would think would try to either commandeer a plane or to sink it, down it. So this is, did he lose his mind? Did he snap? Was he angry? Had he not had his coffee that day? I mean, what in the world would cause this individual to do such a thing? I don't know. Hopefully we'll find out soon. I'm not even seeing a picture of him yet. They're just showing an inside of that kind of plane on the pictures that I see. The Daily Mail is the organization that is actually reporting this story. So I find it quite disturbing as someone who flies a lot. Another story that's out there that I find fascinating is that Israeli forces are using for the first time, it's called the Iron Sting. And all my military guys and girls that are listening right now will probably know what that is. Israeli forces have debuted a weapons system dubbed the Iron Sting, sharing video of it being used to destroy Hamas rocket launchers as they step up aerial assaults and raids on terrorist squads in Gaza ahead of a planned ground invasion. The IDF, if you don't know who that is, the Israeli Defense Force, they have already staged limited raids to fight Palestinian gunmen and say they are targeting sites where Hamas terror squads are assembling as they prepare to resist a wider Israeli invasion. So that's bad A, as Dan Mandis likes to say. It really is. I'm seeing the footage here, and it's actually pretty cool. Now, you may think that I am celebrating the loss of life. And if you're talking about a Hamas terrorist, you daggone right I am. You daggone right I am. I celebrate all of these victories that Israel is accomplishing 100%. This group has caused terror. They've threatened terror. They're holding not only Israelis, but Americans too, hostage. And if you think for 1 second, I know they've released two females. They have not reported any information on how they were treated while they were hostage. I don't think. I haven't seen that yet. I've been looking and I haven't seen it yet. If you think that they weren't tortured in some way, mentally and or physically, you're insane. If you don't think those hostages that remain aren't being tortured in some way, you're insane. So I stand by anyone who would want to take them out. You have to understand the history of it all to understand what's happening now. And I have friends, loved one. I've got what would he be? A great nephew who is stationed down in Charleston, who's on call. Be ready to deploy. He's ready. Planes from Charleston are already gone. Have already been sent. What in the world was that noise? Have already been sent We stand by our friends. We stand by the nation of Israel. And I'm all right with that. I don't know where you are on this, but that's certainly where I am on this. We'll keep you posted. Fighters engaged with the infiltrating force, destroying 2 bulldozers and a tank, and forced the Hamas force, to withdraw before they returned safely to base. And I'm talking again about these iron stings, which just sounds so cool. As Israel promises an escalation and hints an invasion may be imminent, Palestinian Prime Minister told his cabinet that thousands more Gazans could lose their lives as they are exposed to the Israeli murder machine. The Israeli murder machine. You know what I saw yesterday that really kind of took my breath away? There were protests and marches here. I'm pretty sure that was downtown Nashville that were pro-Palestinian. That were if you're pro-Palestinian at this point with what's going on right now, then you're pro-Hamas. How can you not be? And it took my breath away. Now, I will tell you, this is America, and I disagree, passionately with that stand. But they are free to do it in a peaceful manner, protest all day long. You want to be anti-Israel, you have a right to do that here in America. And protest. And if you want to say it loudly, I believe in your freedom of speech, where you can do that. I don't agree with you, and I don't want to be around you if you're not going to be in my inner circle if you believe that way. But it stunned me that in a country like America, who experienced what we did on 9/11, how the tides are turning, and those kinds of protests are hitting the streets in America 22 years later. It's interesting. 12:18. That's the time right now. 615-737-9986 is our phone number. I'm going to have the super text line up here in just a few minutes. I'm Pamela Furr, filling in for Matt Murphy on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. It is 12:23. I am Pamela Furr in for Matt Murphy, who's playing golf today out at the Hermitage Golf Club. Jealous that he's outside in this beautiful, beautiful weather. Coming up at 12:35, we'll be talking to Ravi Starbucks, so be listening for that. Looking forward to having that conversation. I also want to, just for a few minutes here before we move on to a different topic, I want to talk a little bit about what happened this weekend in Laverne. And I will say this, I have the utmost respect for Metro Police Chief John Drake. I do. I cannot imagine what he and his family are going through right now, knowing that his estranged son, and I'm putting it that way because that's the way they're putting it, but his estranged son is the person who allegedly shot two Laverne police officers. And Fox 17 has released, and I'm sure it's out there on the other news agencies as well, just happens to be the one I've pulled up right now, but John Drake Jr. has a history of arrests dating back to 2005. Now, I did some math on that. He's 38 years old now, so if you're talking about 2005, he was 18, I think. I'm terrible at math, so don't somebody bring up a calculator, but I think he would have been 18. That also tells me he probably was in a lot of trouble even before 18. I'm sure it wasn't like a light switch came on and suddenly he's in all this trouble. Let's see. Let's find here we go. Charges include theft, unlawful possession of a weapon, assault, criminal impersonation, evading arrest, burglary, probation violation, and other charges. And among those is a 2008 arrest for rape, in which Drake Jr. was registered as a sex offender. It looks like he pleaded guilty, by the way, to a lesser charge and registered as a sex offender in May of 2008. This is a bad guy. And I hate that I have to say that. And by the way, he's still on the run. And if you have not seen his picture, it's everywhere now. He's a bad guy, should be considered armed and dangerous. If you see him, say something, call police immediately, and be careful. I think the shelter in place was lifted in Laverne. I don't know if they believe he's still there or not. I don't know. I cannot, I'll say this one more time, imagine what Chief Drake is going through right now. This is kind of like, I was thinking about this driving in. This will end up being like a made-for-TV movie, or a Discovery Channel ID kind of crime something. I don't know. That's what I think we may see this later in some sort of movie form. People all over have stories of the bad seed or the bad apple or the black sheep or the redheaded stepchild. I can say that everybody has those kinds of stories where something goes horribly wrong, even though they did everything they could to raise them right. You'll have families, and I'm sure you listening may have someone in your family like this, where you have one brother or sister in a family that just is completely different and goes down a different path than the other children, and you raised them all the same way. And the parents are questioning, what could I have done? What should I have done? And the bottom line is, I'm going to quote a George Jones song now. Billy Yates wrote it. Hey, Billy, friend, love you, miss you. I have choices. Since the day that I was born, there were voices, should I sing it? That told me right from wrong. If I had listened, I wouldn't be here today, living and dying with the choices I've made. John Drake Jr. made choices that had nothing to do with his father, Nothing to do with his mother or his grandparents or his aunt or uncles or teachers or any of that. He made those choices. And it's sad that it's now escalated to shooting cops. It's sad, but he made the choice. And so this can't, I don't see it ending well, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Do you? I don't. But John Drake Jr. made the choice to pull the trigger over the weekend several times. He made the choice, that split second of a choice, to try to take out these police officers. Why? He's running from something. What was it? I think it was the call was a suspicious stolen vehicle that was seen in the Dollar General parking lot. I think that's what it was. Grand theft. You want to trade being on the run, evading police, shooting police for a stolen vehicle charge. Is he listening to the news? Is he watching the news? Does he even know that these cops, thank God, are going to be okay? I think they're both now released from the hospital. Are their friends helping him? It won't end well for them either. So, pray for John Drake. Whether you like how he's been policing Metro or not, doesn't matter at this moment. He's got a son on the run that he's praying doesn't get shot himself. I mean, let's just be honest. So there you go. All right, we'll talk to Robbie Starbuck when we get back. So stick around for that. I am Pamela Furr. It's 12:30. In for Matt Murphy on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. It is 12:35. I am Pamela Furr for Matt Murphy, who's on the golf course. He should be checking in with us at some point this afternoon. And then, of course, he'll be back in this chair tomorrow. Meanwhile, at 1:05 today, be listening because we're going to be talking to the author of the new book, Tucker. He'll be live in studio, and so we'll find out what kind of behind-the-scenes stories he has on Tucker Carlson. That should be interesting, and I believe he's got a book signing or two coming up here in the Nashville area as well that we'll tell you about. Meanwhile, on the phone with us today is the one, the only, Robbie Starbuck. Hello, Robbie.
Hey, Pamela, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. Just we've got a little chicken hospital here today. We had a chicken accident, so just doing normal stuff.
Did a chicken hawk get at the chicken?
One of the big chickens went after one of the juveniles, and it was pretty brutal.
Oh,
so
no.
We're nursing him back to health. It lived though, so that's the good news.
All right. So first I have to ask. You're from California, right? And did you ever in a million years think you would have a chicken? I'm going to call it a farm. How many do you have? I don't even know how many you have.
We have a lot. Honestly, I don't know how many at this point. It's well over 30. We have babies right now too.
Wow.
So, actually, yes. So this is the funny thing. Most people don't realize because they hear California and they imagine something really bad, which they should.
Right.
But I actually grew up in an area that was much more rural in California, and my family in Cuba were actually ranchers, so cattle ranchers. Farms are sort of in the bloodline,
Sure.
And some of them, continue to have cattle ranches to this day in places like Costa Rica, and so it's not weird for our family. It's kind of like where I've always felt the happiest, and my wife's from Texas, so it's a no-brainer for her.
Yeah. Well, and don't you? And I'm assuming you have fresh eggs. I don't know if you slaughter your own chickens yet, but the eggs. I didn't know till some friends. Boy, this is not why we were going to have you on the air today, but I have some friends who have chickens down in Leaper's Fork, and so they provide me with the fresh eggs. I was a little afraid at first. I thought, I don't know what this is going to taste like, and now I don't ever want to go back. They taste. There is such a difference.
Huge difference. Next time you're in the area, let me know. I'll give you some eggs. We give all of our friends, everybody, my kids, they're always bringing eggs to their teachers and stuff. I don't think anybody at their school even buys eggs anymore. They all
keep them supplied. Well, and when the apocalypse comes, you're going to need it.
Yep.
It's dead serious. Yep. I'm laughing, but I'm also kind of dead serious on that. Well, did I hear this, that your wife had a rally over the weekend? Tell me a little bit about that, if I'm correct on hearing that.
Yeah, she partnered with some other groups who were standing up, to combat the sexualization of kids and just be another voice out there. We're big believers in the fact that, you've got to message your values to your community. If you don't, that's how you get overrun with people who come here from places like California and New York who have totally diametrically opposed values, where they believe in stuff that is truly the reason why they had to flee those states. And so when you message those values, it can let those people know this is not the place for the stuff you're trying to bring.
Right, absolutely. And now that I'm with Americans for Prosperity, that is something that we get behind, in that parents should be able to make their own choices when it comes to the education of their children. And if they don't like what's happening in our public schools, they should have the right not only to take them out or find another public school to put them. They should be able to make those choices. The government shouldn't say, no, you can only stay in this school because you live in this county or you live in this district. It shouldn't be up to the government. It should be up to the parent.
I don't think there's anything more important to the future of our country than school choice. And there's powerful forces out there who don't want it to happen, but there's also major forces here like Americans for Prosperity Tennessee who are working in the background to make sure that Tennessee finally has real universal statewide school choice. And you see the Democrats nationally are going crazy trying to stop school choice on every level, and it's because they understand something that we need people on our side to understand. A lot of these public schools, if you think about the culture of our country in the future, a lot of the public schools, especially in big cities, have become wells of wokeness. So this poison of wokeness is sitting in the well, and our kids drink from it every day. Democrats understand how powerful that is. And the truth is, if they really believed public schools were doing so well, they would embrace school choice because they would know parents are going to keep sending the money to us. The reason they're so opposed to it is because they know parents are going to try to get their kids away from these wells filled with the poison of wokeness.
Yeah.
And so I don't think people fully understand the gravity of what this is going to mean for Tennessee parents and families. I mean, we're talking about over $6,000 a month per child to send your kid to whatever school you want them to go to. So if you've been upset, let's say there's a lot of religious parents out there can't afford to send their kids to private school, and they're upset that God has really been removed and morality has been removed from a lot of our public schools. Well, guess what? You're now empowered to be able to go make that choice and find a school where your kid can be raised up with those values that your family stands for.
Right.
And so that's the truth about it. This is going to empower parents and families to reflect back onto our country what they believe in instead of big city or big government politics reflecting onto our kids what they want to see in them. It's time for us to make that choice, get in the driver's seat, and reflect what we want to see in our country.
What we want to see. And then we don't have to have all these fights that we've been having with school boards, with administrations in different schools. We can just take our kids to the kind of school that we believe in, or the kind of school that has the curriculum that we approve of. All of that. And I tell you what, Robbie, as I look, because I've been speaking to some college kids. Now, they're Republicans and conservatives, but I've been very disappointed that the numbers aren't bigger. And so when I look at kids for the future, if they're being programmed like they are, what does that mean for the future of conservatism? What does that mean for the future of America if we don't stop it now?
Oh, I mean, it's disastrous. America will cease to exist if we don't really take some bold steps. And this is probably the boldest step we can take towards securing a future where America is America, and it can be representative of what our founders had in mind for us. It's putting decision-making back in the hands of parents instead of having big government, far left activists running education. And that's going to create real competition. Public schools will have to compete. And if you care about public schools, you care about, the institution and the jobs there, you should want this competition because America is going to be stronger in the long run, and teachers are going to get paid more in the long run too. Because when you create this competition, great teachers are going to be so sought after by every school that they're going to have to offer more benefits, higher salaries to teachers who are the best.
Right.
And that really incentivizes public schools to go, hey, how are we setting ourselves apart? We can't waste any more time on gender studies and these crazy ideas that nobody functionally uses in a real job. Let's teach something useful. Let's stop teaching people to hate each other over the color of their skin, because they've got this critical race theory to treat white kids as oppressors and others. It's lunacy. Myself being Latino, I don't want my kids taught that they're different because their family's Latino. It's ridiculous.
Right.
They're just capable as anybody else. Nobody has privilege over my kids. Every kid in Tennessee with school choice is going to have a level playing field of equal opportunity, not equal outcome, which is what the left wants to push, is equal outcomes for everybody.
Right.
We just need to give every kid a great education, and that's what school choice is going to do.
Absolutely. Now, I know they tried it last year, and there was so much pushback, kind of like you described. There was a ton of pushback, especially in Nashville. You had pushback in Shelby County. You had pushback in Chattanooga there for a minute. I mean, there was pushback on allowing parents to choose what's best for their kids, which is just, to me, I can't even describe the insanity of that. And I'm sure you experienced that with what you and your wife do, the pushback from the liberals when all you're looking for is the best for your children.
And what I've found is that people need to ignore the pushback because largely this is coming from a group of less than 1,000 very loud, angry leftists in our state who they get very loud whenever there's an issue that they, really latch onto. And this is one of them. There's really not that many people opposed to school choice in reality. There's just some very loud voices out there.
Right.
And so
the perception is loud means a lot, and it doesn't.
And it doesn't.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. And so I encourage people, who think this is as important as I do, that the future of our country hinges on our young people being educated in civics and a love for our country and not to hate this country. Take 5 minutes to reach out to your legislator. Take 5 minutes to reach out and let them know that you support school choice, or get involved with groups like Americans for Prosperity here in Tennessee, who are putting so much effort in to ensure that parents, students, and teachers have more options, and that we really put control back in the hands of parents. I love the way you put it, that like there was this group of people on the left who were angry at the idea of giving a choice to parents and saying, hey, what do you prefer for your child? Think about how insane that is to oppose that.
Right.
That's crazy. You should always, in terms of government, when it comes to education, defer to, hey, do you prefer your kid to go to this school, that school, learn this curriculum or that? And, I think that this is a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer. So hopefully this session, we can get all of this done. And you're right, Robbie, if I may say, with Americans for Prosperity, that's what we're fighting to do. So if anybody wants to get it involved in that cause, they can just find me, and I'll be happy to connect them in the right way of how we can connect with our legislators, our lawmakers, to get them to do the right thing. Thank you, Robbie. Now, what else are you working on these days? I mean, I heard a rumor about a documentary that's going to blow our minds. You still working on that?
Yep, it'll be out soon. We'll have some news on that very soon. I think people are going to really have their minds blown. I would say personally, I'm biased. It's the best looking documentary that I've seen on our side produced, because it's a major, obviously my background in, the entertainment business was I produced big stuff. I directed Oscar-winning actors, actresses, some of the biggest music stars. And so I tried to use some of the, talent that I've had from that area of life and extend it to the things that I care about, and not just letting those talents serve, some industry that I really loathe.
Right.
So I'm really proud of it. I think it's going to be a real change maker.
And this is
But I've got my show, my podcast. Too.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know you had a podcast. Well,
I
missed
I've got
that.
a podcast.
I'm so sorry.
I'll send it to you.
I am going to start listening to your podcast. I did not know that. All right. Well, very cool. And this is a calling for you as well, Robbie. I mean, that's one of the things that I do admire about you. And we may have disagreed in the past over a few little political things, but that doesn't matter. I mean, when you have a calling, when there is something that you are passionate about, and I know you're passionate about kids, that supersedes any disagreement that may be out there.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't take things very personally ever. That's one thing. Everybody's got gifts from God. One of mine is like that sort of impervious armor where, I know that once you put yourself in the arena and you go out there, people are going to say all types of stuff. And I also know, like with my background, having directed these big Hollywood stars, like some people are going to be like, a little bit trepidatious at first, and I think that's okay. I think that the important thing is, you prove who you are through your actions. Yeah. And I think that, I that's where all my efforts are is do good work. People will notice, people will, care as a byproduct of that. And that's always been, sort of the focus. And I think that we're going to get a lot of good stuff done for Tennessee. And when people stand up and they make those calls to legislators, good things happen, like did in the last session, where we got a lot of great stuff done. So I think in this new session, this is going to be a big diamond that comes out of it.
Absolutely. And the loud will show up, but it doesn't mean they are a lot. Robbie, thank you so much for being with me this afternoon. We will be in touch. And please tell your wife hello.
Will do. Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. And send me that podcast. It is 12:49. I'm Pamela Furr in for Matt Murphy. Again, if you want to get involved in the cause to get school choice done in the state of Tennessee, find me. You can. Pamela at 997WTN.com. You can find me on the socials. There are all kinds of opportunities through Americans for Prosperity Tennessee and other groups as well. But let's get this state. It's on the right track. We need to get there a little faster. All right. Time for a break. 615-737-9986. Don't forget at 1:05, the author of Tucker will be live here in the studio. So stick around on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11 or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 12:56. I am Pamela Furr in for Matt Murphy. Coming up at 1:05, we'll be talking to Chadwick Moore about his book called Tucker. So stick around for that. He's also in town for some book signings with that, so we'll tell you how you can be a part of it. Meanwhile, I'll take a phone call here real quick. Let's talk to John in Nashville, 615-737-9986. John, I almost gave you my cell phone number.
Hey, family. Love listening to when you're on.
Thank you.
But no, it even gets. I live in. Of course, I said I work in Nashville, but I live in Robertson County.
Oh,
and
yes.
It's even up there.
Yeah.
You know, I'm from here, born and raised in Nashville, and we decided some years back to buy property and build up there. And you know, I'm not in the middle of nowhere, but you can see it from there. And so it never crossed our minds living up there that we would have to deal with schools. So my kids ended up getting bused to Springfield High School, and we might as well just stay in Nashville.
No kidding.
You know, to be a pretty much a rural county, Springfield's got some issues. And of course, I finally, you know, raised enough cane that they ended up letting them go to where they go now.
Attend.
Yes, ma'am. But it was just, they didn't pull any punches with me. They said that even the federal government gets involved, and they said that every school in Robertson County has to look like Robertson County. And that's
I'm telling you right now, the federal government has no business telling Robertson County where their kids need to go to school.
Not at all.
And how they should be taught and what they should be taught. They have no business being involved. That's not what the federal government was set up for.
No. So I guess to make everybody, you know, I guess in Springfield is I think it's more almost like the racial issue gets brought up. You know, they know that, you know, Springfield is very diverse, and they want that, you know, but they want to spread that out throughout the county, which is fine. I don't care about that. But the closest the school is closest for my kids to attend, they can't go to because I guess, for lack of a better word, there's too many white kids go out there.
So you're being forced to send your kids to a subpar school just so they can meet their so-called diversity requirements. Hey, I got to go on that note, John. If you hear the music, that means I'm out of time. Thank you for your call. Hey, to all the Robertson County Republicans, I've had an opportunity to be up there several times to speak to different groups. Their freedom fighters live in Robertson County. All right. Coming up, we've got news. We'll find out what the latest is going on in Israel with Hamas. Maybe they'll report about that Alaskan airline off-duty pilot who tried to take down the plane. Crazy story there. If you haven't heard about that, I'll bring that up a little later as well. Stick around. I'm Pamela Furr, in for Matt Murphy on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
From ABC News, I'm Daria Albinger. We are learning more about the hostages taken by Hamas 2 weeks into the war with Israel.
Well, we heard from Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin talking about how the purpose of sending these ships and additional forces to the Middle East was to defend American forces as well as to protect American interests. So by sending these ships, it was the message of deterrence. And again, the same message to Iran and to Hezbollah: don't get involved.
That's ABC's Louis Martinez on the new military assets that are heading to the Persian Gulf. The health ministries for Israel and Gaza say more than 6,000 people have been killed on both sides in the war in its second week. A candidate forum tonight for House Republicans who are still trying to elect a speaker.
The crisis unfolding in Israel, another possible government shutdown looming right before Thanksgiving. Is there a sense of urgency here for the conference to come together?
Yes, there is, and there needs to be. And I do think at this point it's right smack in front of everyone.
That's Pennsylvania Congressman Dan Muser, who is among 9 GOPs who want the job. He says he will pick who he'll support whoever wins in tomorrow's secret ballot. He's speaking there to ABC's Rachel Scott. An off-duty commercial airline pilot is under arrest.
The Alaska Airlines flight was heading from Everett, Washington to San Francisco when sources say an off-duty pilot sitting in the jump seat heading to fly a Boeing 737 out of San Francisco made a comment about "I'm not right," and then allegedly tried to pull fire extinguisher buttons that would have killed the engines. The flying pilots were able to stop the apparent suicide attempt. That off-duty pilot is now under arrest and charged with 83 counts of attempted murder for everybody on board that plane. The motive is unknown, but investigators don't believe it was political. Alex Stone, ABC News.
Negotiations are expected to resume tomorrow between SAG-AFTRA and Hollywood Studios. You're listening to ABC News.
SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. It is 105. I'm Pamela Furr, for Matt Murphy, who is on the golf course today having a blast. I think they're calling him a celebrity. I'm not really sure why. No, I'm teasing, but he's out there playing golf with the Gatlin brothers and some others out there in Hermitage to raise money for Blood Assurance, which is an amazing organization. I happen to be on the advisory council for Blood Assurance. And what I like a quick plug for Blood Assurance. What I like about them, as opposed to some other blood banks, if you will, is that the blood that they collect in Tennessee stays in Tennessee. So it doesn't go other organizations, and they're all great. But when they collect blood, it could go to Texas. It could go to, which is good. That's fine. But I don't know. I like the idea of my blood staying here with my neighbors, right? If my neighbors need it. Is that silly? I don't know. But that's the way I feel. Blood assurance is a great thing. We don't have your mic on yet, otherwise you could comment. Stand by. We have in studio. Now, I have yet to meet you face to face. For some reason, I'm not hearing her. Let's see. Speak. I can't hear her on the microphone. Oh, you've got the wrong microphone. Do that microphone.
Check.
There you go.
No. Hey, Pamela.
We've got way too many microphones in here.
No, it's just a dumb blonde move. That was
Is
the
that
deal.
what it was?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Debbie Matthews.
Pamela, it's so good to finally
Very
meet you.
nice to meet you. Now, what is your official title?
Well,
You are.
I am a realtor, so I
Yes.
sell Tennessee dirt, but I am the chair of the
Yes.
Conservative Republicans of Murray County.
Of Murray County,
Yes.
yes.
But we're big fans, and we love Matt.
And we do love Matt. You guys have gotten pretty tight.
Yeah, Matt he's just, I don't know, kindred spirit. Yeah. And I'm trying to find him a house.
Ah,
'cause-
yes, because you are a realtor.
I am a realtor. Yes.
Well, Murray County, I mean, what a great place.
It's the heartbeat of the conservative movement for the state of Tennessee.
That's
It
a
really
good way
is.
to put
It
that.
is.
That's a
It
good way
is.
to put it.
It is.
Just the people of Columbia and beyond, just really, really great people there in Murray County.
And the conservatives are not the low T GOP. We are not, because especially
Not
right now,
the low
we are
T
not the low-
GOP.
Right, we
All
are
right,
not.
I like that.
And tonight we're having a meeting, and so I just want to send it out to all conservatives in the state. If you end up in a state or a county that doesn't have a conservative movement, there's lots of Republican groups in the state that are splitting to become a conservative branch of the Republican Party.
And did you ever think you would live to say those words? We need a conservative branch of the Republican Party.
Well,
isn't that just, it's so foreign to me. It's true.
Yes.
But it is foreign to me because I never thought we would be at this place.
Well, we've been team players forever, just going, okay, guys, the deficit is getting really big. Hey, the border is really open. Somebody,
you're not doing anything about it.
No, my husband said it best. He goes, Debbie, what the hell does it take for a Republican to vote like a Republican, right? So we're just
voting
saying,
them out.
We've got
getting
to
the right people in.
Somebody that is not getting K Street money. That's really the difference. Is that we're starting to see these war hawks that want constant wars, spending our money overseas instead of giving it back to the United States. I'll say this: there's $100 million for Palestine and $0 for Palestine, Ohio. This is where we are.
Wow.
Okay.
All right. Now, why aren't you a talk show host? Holy smokes.
Well, I don't know. I have I'm on Three Dudes with a View in Columbia Wednesdays and Thursday
Three
mornings.
Dudes with a
which is a
View.
great
Oh, my
morning show.
goodness. That's
we were on this
fantastic.
morning.
All right.
But anyway, tonight, all conservatives in Middle Tennessee, if you don't have a conservative home where you're with like-minded people and you need energized and inspired, come to Columbia on the fourth Monday of every month at the Memorial Building, and we are going to edify you, and you will walk out feeling energized and that there's people and knowledge that you needed to know and meet. But tonight, we are so thrilled that we got Columbia's own Chadwick Moore with us tonight, who I've brought to your station today.
Yes.
Listen, he wrote the Tucker authorized biography, which we're going to talk about, but he's been in the New York Times and the New York Post and all of this. He's got a great story.
Local boy does good. Local man does good.
Local man does great.
Yeah, very cool. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the studio Chadwick Moore. Thank you,
Well,
thank you,
ladies. Great to be here.
All right, so let's hear your background. You are from Columbia. How did you go from Columbia to writing for Breitbart, the New York Times, the New York Post, Playboy is in there as well?
Yes.
The Advocate and Out magazines. How did you become that from Columbia?
I moved to. I live in New York City. I moved there right after college. I went to University of Iowa, so up north, and just always wanted to be a journalist and well, I always want to be a writer. I initially want to be a fiction writer, and then I sort of realized that the real world is far more interesting and fascinating and maybe even frightening than anything you can make up.
And as a journalist, things will change every day. So
Right.
you write and adapt and all that.
Yeah.
So I'm with you because that's been my world for a very long time. So I
Right.
understand the desire.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, congratulations on being so successful. And apparently, from what I read, you had some problems when you came out. And I don't mean came out as a gay man. I mean, you came out as a conservative and all hell broke loose. Am I correct?
That's right. I had no problems when I came out as a gay man when I was very young, a teenager, in fact. But then it was 2017. It was right after Trump's inauguration that I came out as a conservative. So that was obviously got much more of a violent reaction than coming out as gay, living in New York City.
You were fired.
Oh, yeah. I was fired from all my jobs and lost all my friends and all that. Yeah, yeah.
So
that's the loving and tolerant left.
Yes,
Yeah.
the loving.
Yeah.
So you wrote, you basically said, I was seeing fractures in my thought system being in the publishing world and the media world to where I didn't really think I was a liberal anymore. And so you wrote a column for the New York Post, correct?
Yes.
That's what you did, is you wrote a column.
Yep.
And then all of your friends who you thought were your friends turned out to turn their back on you. Is that right?
Yeah. That was quite shocking. So, I just sort of thought I'd always kind of voted Democrat without really understanding exactly what it was I was voting for. I was, and I wasn't, when I worked in liberal media, I wasn't necessarily writing about politics. In fact, I wasn't super interested. I was interested in human interest stories and investigative, and I still love that stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I loved working on this book, because it's the Tucker book. It's a book about a person, more so than just kind of political
Controversy
grandstanding.
and all that, yeah.
And I was sort of sleepwalking around as a Democrat voter and just listening to the stupid empty bromides about like equality and whatever else they talk about. But then it was around the time that Trump entered the scene that I really began to think about what was happening in this country, and then began learning and actually doing my own research and not just listening to the people around me or the left-wing news sources that I was paying attention to. And I started to realize that they were all lying and that none of this was making sense.
Not just kind of getting it wrong, outright
100%
lying. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what really shocked me when I started just looking at the outright lies. And I remember thinking, well, why do they have to lie if they're the good guys?
Right. And as a journalist, that goes against everything you believe.
And that's what really upset me and got me going, is that I was working in this world of media where these people are supposed to, all my colleagues were supposed to be telling the truth, or at least trying to get to the truth. And I realized they were acting as activists and straight out and just completely lying.
Right.
And that was really offensive, more offensive than anything that I've ever heard any conservatives say. And so that was the beginning of that journey of.
Well, welcome to the right side.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here.
Hell yes. All right. So how did you get from all of that to getting access to Tucker Carlson, who went through his own coming out, if you will, where even on the right side, he's trying to tell the truth and he got blasted for it and fired.
Exactly.
I mean, in a grand way, fired for it. How did you get connected with Tucker Carlson?
Yeah, well, let's remember that the left had been trying, the left hates Tucker Carlson, but of course it's the right that feared him. And it was, even though the left had entire assassination squads dedicated to boycotting his show, getting advertiser boycotts, clipping 5 seconds of a 30-minute well-crafted monologue and trying to portray him as X, Y, and Z. It wasn't the left that got him canceled or fired. It was from our own side. It was the right, of course. But to your first question, so after that New York Post article came out, the headline was, "I'm a gay New Yorker and I'm coming out conservative." I didn't think it'd go viral. I didn't think anyone would read it. I just sort of participated in it because I didn't want anyone to think that I was like these other people in media just because of where I worked and who I was.
Right.
But it went viral, and Tucker's team saw it and they invited me on the show. That was my first time on Fox. That was February 2017. And then after that, they kept asking me on. So I was a regular guest on Tucker's show for the entire run of the show, for about 6 years. And weirdly enough, I was on the last episode of the show, which was April 21st, which of course we didn't know. And that was already we started writing this book about a year and a half ago. So well before any of this was happening. And then we ended up pushing back publication after he was fired. We were almost done with the book. But Tucker had given me total access, invited me into his life and his world, welcomed me to stay at his home when I was working on the book.
Nice. All right, what's his house like? I just have to know. Now, that's a girl question. I'm so sorry.
Totally. So he lives in both in Maine and in Florida.
Yeah.
In Maine in the summer, in Florida in the winter. It's nice, but the main home is old and historic. It's it's a Maine cabin in the middle of literally in the middle of nowhere. Nothing grand or pompous. And same with the Florida house. It was like 1,400 square feet. I mean, obviously prime real estate, very expensive, but not opulent by any means.
Gotcha.
It was like homey. It was really nice.
It's Tucker.
Yeah, there's
It's
a
very
garden, it's
Tucker-like.
very Tucker.
Yeah.
He and his wife Susie are pretty humble, low-key people. They're not flashy. And yeah.
Now, in the book, I have so many questions. I've been a fan of Tucker Carlson for a long time. And I remember the bow tie years, right? And that was CNN, those years. Did you talk about those days and what that was like for him working for CNN and then turning to Fox? Tell me a little bit about that. I'm sure it's in the book, but
yeah, there's a lot about that. And so the reason why he stopped wearing the bow tie, which is what most people ask, is he grew up wearing a bow tie. Always. His dad wore a bow tie, and he said he never realized it was freakish until he was at a cocktail party in D.C., and somebody came up to him and said, that bow tie is a really good branding device. And Tucker said he was so horrified that somebody thought it was a branding device, he stopped wearing it that night and never wore it again.
Gotcha.
That's the reason. But those years is what you're asking about.
Yeah.
He's gone through a handful of kind of, I would say, evolutions of his political thinking, and certainly
we all have,
of course. And
Yeah.
the CNN years, he's also someone that never pursued. He never wanted to be on television. He kind of stumbled into it.
Yeah.
He's a writer. He's very much a writer. He's a very, very literary person. Those A-block monologues on his show that he was so famous for.
Right.
That's all him. He
Yeah.
sat down and wrote those, and it was very clear to me working on this book that was a very important creative outlet for him. It just so happened he's also amazing in front of a camera and in front of people performing. But
although sometimes he has that face that gets stuck.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think that's the cover of your book. That expression and it's always like a skeptical eye whenever anybody's talking.
I think it's when he smells BS that he gives you that look.
He has that look.
Bit of a Mona Lisa expression. You're wondering if he's about to pounce or if he's thinking. Or,
Is he just going to ask,
Tucker face.
why did I have you on the show? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
Sorry, did not mean to interrupt. But he's gone through different evolutions. Yeah.
And certainly during the CNN years, he was more, and he would admit, more of a kind of Beltway neocon guy. He was initially, very much in favor of the Iraq War. It took him going to Iraq in 2003 for an Esquire magazine story that he came back and that it was really turned against Beltway conservatism. In his words, realizing that neocons were nothing more than liberals with guns, the most dangerous kind.
Yeah.
And, that was a turning point for him. I think that, there's a very famous episode that would end up actually being the death knell of Crossfire when Jon Stewart came on the show. And I have some behind-the-scenes information on that in the book about actually what a total
I want to know about
and
that.
dweeb Jon Stewart is and what a POS he turned out to be. But, that was a big moment of Jon Stewart sort of appeared and said that this show is bad for America because you're just being the left and right pundits and people aren't actually talking and having discussions, which Tucker today would very much agree with. There's nothing he hates more than a kind of party line hack. He's very much a sort of person that believes that, if you think the world is flat, but you sincerely believe it, he will totally respect you for that. It's the people that just sort of take up party line talking points insincerely that drives him more crazy than anyone.
Right. Which is also kind of biblical, if you will. You don't want to be lukewarm, but you either have an opinion or you don't. You're educated on it or you're not. But don't be that this was her opinion, so I'm going to steal it, and then I will give you what her opinion was and make it my own. Yeah. And you have no beliefs at all.
Right.
You're on that shifting sand. Sorry to be a little spiritual about
I
it all.
love that, What I didn't know that he said on the radio show this morning is that Tucker met his wife at 15. They have been together as high school sweethearts. And I've
that's
never
really
heard,
sweet.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah.
She must have really liked that bow tie.
Yeah.
All right, we got to take a break here. It's 1:20. We're talking to Chadwick Moore, who is the author of the new book, Tucker, and there's opportunities in Middle Tennessee for you to meet Chadwick too and get him to sign your book. Go buy the book and get you to sign it here in Middle Tennessee. So we'll talk about that too, and more about the book and more about your career coming up. It is the Matt Murphy Show. I'm Pamela Furr on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 1:24. I am Pamela Furr in for Matt Murphy. In studio with us, it's Debbie Matthews from Murray County. Woo! Yay. And then we have author Chadwick Moore, who's with us. And I feel very privileged. The more and more I read about you, I feel like I'm in the presence of an incredible writer.
We're in the presence of a very important voice for the conservative movement.
I love that. I love that.
Absolutely.
Do you have it? I want to get back to the book called Tucker, and everybody should get that. But are you working on some other projects now that this book is being released? What are you working? May I ask? What are you working on?
Thinking
that you can talk about.
Yeah, I can't really talk about much. I'm excited to get started on another book. There's two things I'm thinking about. So I'm kind of talking to publishers about. Which might be the best.
He did have a book in 2022 called "So You Survived Diversity Training." How do you survive the DEI apocalypse? Isn't that the title?
So you've been sent to diversity training. Smiling through the DEI apocalypse. That was a book in 2022.
I got to tell you, and I have to be careful, because I do work for a company that did send us all to DEI training. Now, I will say there was parts of it that made me want to scream, but there were also parts that actually made me think. For instance, why am I telling you guys this? I'm supposed to be interviewing you, but here, unconscious bias.
Oh yeah,
and I'm very guilty of it and didn't know I was. It really, from this aspect. I'm around a lot of younger people. Well, our producer over there, Mason is younger than all of us in the room, I think. And when I say things like, "Oh, you youngster, you wouldn't understand that," I never for a million years thought that would be offensive, right? Or that he or others could be bothered by that, by me being dismissive of him because of his youth, or vice versa, because this is what opened my eyes about unconscious bias. Or let's turn that. Mason's never done this, but if Mason were to say to me, "You wouldn't understand because,
you're too old.
Grandma doesn't understand technology," and that would be dismissive of me. So I've had that happen a couple of times, not by Mason, but just out there in the world. And I never thought for a million years it would make a young man or a young girl feel the same way that I did as somebody who's older and was dismissed. Does that make sense? So in that case, the DEI training actually opened my eyes a little bit to something that I didn't realize I was doing. And actually, I apologize. Mac Morey actually is someone that I have done that to. And I apologized to him later. He goes, "I didn't think anything about it." And I go, "Yes, you have." He goes, "Okay, yes, I have." And I said, "I didn't mean to be dismissive of you, and I will never do that again." So that, in that case, diversity training was positive. But I also felt like in some training, not here, that it painted the white man as the bad guy. And I'm going, we're not bad people. We're not out to get you because you're a different skin color. And I'm assuming, that's where your book went. I'm sorry, I just went off on a monologue.
That's all right. Yeah.
Chadwick Moore here. What was the name of that book? I'll have to read it.
So You've Been Sent to Diversity Training.
Yeah.
Was the name
So
of it. Yeah.
tell me more about that.
That was a fun little. It's meant to be. It's humorous. It's because I find the whole thing, ridiculous, and I fully believe in mocking the left at any chance you can possibly get. Ridicule and mockery is what really drives them insane. So I wanted to have a lot of fun with that, and I mainly just wanted to talk to people from all across the economy about. I talked to guys on oil rigs. I talked to secretaries. People working retail sales floors. Just like, so what's going on with diversity training at your job? Tell me about it.
Do most people roll their eyes that they even have to take the classes and the training?
Yeah, or they would say, so it's just like some stupid thing I had to do. Why are you interested in this? And the more they started thinking about it or recalling what they went through, they would sort of they'd find it more ridiculous, or they would get even angry about it. Like, that really was messed up that we had to do this or that. So I just wanted to have some fun with it. So it's a fun little read, that book.
Cool. Yeah. All right. And you can find that on Amazon.
Yeah, that's
right?
on Amazon.
All right.
Yeah.
And the new book, Tucker, is it out?
Yes, it came out.
It's on the New York Times bestseller list. Are you
nice.
kidding?
Yes, we're a New York Times bestseller.
This is your first?
Yeah. My first New York
How
Times
does that
bestseller.
feel? Do you get to have a party?
Yeah, we had some little celebratory dinners with close ones. Yeah.
Nice.
The New York Times ignored us for the first 2 weeks, although we numbers-wise should have been number 2 actually on the New York Times bestseller list. But
Were you
they don't want
bumped
to
by
admit that we
Were you
exist,
bumped by Brittany? Is what I want to know. Is that what
Her
bumped
book's
you?
not out yet, but when it does come out, yes, everyone will be bumped by Brittany, I'm sure.
So talk about the New York Times ignoring you because
Yeah.
it was a book about Tucker.
So here's
that
what's
why?
funny about the New York Times bestseller list.
Yeah.
It's really funny because we see the book numbers, like we know exactly how many books are sold. So you can look at what the New York Times has included on their list, and you can look at the actual numbers, and you can see how the New York Times says they have a proprietary system of ranking, which means they get to just decide.
Right,
if they
decide
don't-
on their
If they don't
own.
think a book
Yeah.
deserves to be there,
Right.
then they just won't. So the first 2 weeks they ignored us, and then for 3 weeks after they put us on. But even though we
Because they
showed
didn't
it on
have
the
a
first 2 weeks.
because they didn't have a choice at that point.
But what's really funny about the New York Times bestseller list, this is my favorite thing, is if you look at it, every time there's a conservative book on the New York Times bestseller list, there's a little dagger icon next to it. Every single time. Never seen it for a liberal book, but if you look at it, you'll see every single time the little dagger. And then you go to like the bottom of the page, and the little dagger means it says some retailers may have indicated bulk sales for this title. Which means they're trying to say, we don't know if all these sales
We just think that
we
somebody just bought a bunch.
Somebody bought 1,000, but
just so we can get the numbers up.
There possibly may have been some
With
bulk sales
no
on this.
proof
It's so funny.
whatsoever.
That's how petty
Wow.
they are at the New York Times.
You just taught me something. Now I'm going to be looking
Now you're
for
going to
those
notice that
daggers.
every single
Yes.
time there's a little dagger. But
None with
never
the-
once for a liberal book have I ever seen it.
When you know,
Yeah.
I know some books in the past by people like a Hillary or others,
Right.
where they bought them in bulk.
I'm so sure Michelle
Yeah.
Obama sold a million
Right.
copies. Yeah.
I mean-
it's not like Citibank buying 50,000 copies to give to, I'm so sure.
But no dagger with
But no
hers.
dagger.
Okay,
no,
got
no.
it.
Only she gets the cross of virtue.
So Pamela Chadwick is the second gay person that has said this to me. I have a good friend. She's a country music songwriter. She's a lesbian. And she told me once, she said, it was harder for me to come out as a Trump supporter than it was to tell my family I was gay. And Chadwick said that, that this is where we are as a nation, that you are being canceled, or that go back to the publishing world in New York on how they treated you when they found out you were conservative.
Oh yeah, it was immediate. It was actually when that New York Post story came out, which was when I came out as conservative. I think it was on a Saturday when it came out, and then Tuesday I was on Tucker Carlson's show for the first time, and then the next day it was when I was fired from. At the time I was editor at large for Out and the Advocate, which are the two big gay magazines, which are probably trans magazines now, but at the time, and so I was fired from them, and then I was freelancing for many years for New York Times and other places, and
Sure.
was blacklisted from that. But that's sort of the culture, obviously, and I'd suppose. That's just.
Well, there is a country, I probably can't, I don't know if I should say who it is, but there was a country singer in town when COVID happened. And in fact, I think he has property in Murray County. But he wrote a song called Put Me Back to Work and actually released it on his socials, and the record company threatened him for that.
Wow.
Right. Don't do that. Don't put that out there.
Right.
And his response, and I don't blame him. Everybody has their own stories, but his response is, I've got kids I got to feed. I can't tick off the record label right now because I've got to feed my children. And he was taking care of his band during COVID. He was one of those that still paid them even though they weren't touring. And he took that threat. He took that threat very seriously.
And he should have.
And that is sad that we're at that place in this country, whether you're talking about country music, whether you're talking about writing, whether you're talking about journalism, whatever it is, we're at that place. It's crazy. It's 1:33. I got to take a break here. Can y'all stay? I'm enjoying this conversation. Now, Matt Murphy may call in and check in from the golf course.
Love it.
So if he does that, but let's talk some more about Tucker. Let's find a funny story about Tucker in there because I'm sure he seems to have a good sense of humor.
He's hilarious.
Yeah. So let's talk about that. We've got Debbie Matthews in here, and we've got the author Chadwick Moore in here talking about the book Tucker. Stick around. I'm Pamela Furr, and for Matt Murphy on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 1:38. I am Pamela Furr in for Matt Murphy. Glad to have you on board today. We've got in studio with us Ms. Debbie Matthews from Murray County. And then we have author Chadwick Moore, who has written the book Tucker, the authorized biography of Tucker Carlson. So when we left the last half hour, by the way, if you missed any of this interview, you can go back and listen to it later. Are we going to podcast it, Mason? If not, you can certainly go back and watch it on YouTube, on Facebook, Twitter, all of that for our live broadcast that's happening now.
The whole stream is going to be up on there for people to go back and watch for right now. I can go back and podcast it all for everybody so we can hear it.
I would love that.
Except my camera's broken, right? So I'll just be a
you
voice.
won't be seen. You're just the voice of God or the voice of somebody, of an angel. How's that?
That's good.
All right. Tell me a funny story. I mean, you got to spend a lot of time with Tucker, and he seems like he has an incredible sense of humor. So I want to hear just something funny that you observed, you heard. Anything like a family story, a college story, or whatever, just something that comes to mind that may be in the book. Maybe it's not in the book. Maybe this is an exclusive.
Well, he doesn't wear socks or deodorant. He hasn't eaten a vegetable since high school, and he loves the Grateful Dead.
Okay.
So on paper, he's kind of like a hippie. But which actually makes a lot of sense because he loves the environment. So that's just like a funny little one-liner. But I think my favorite story that I think is so funny, I don't know why, was a story he told me about stealing Vladimir Putin's dessert one time and eating it. And then they were in Helsinki, and he and his producer, Justin Wells, stole. Trump and Putin were having a summit in Helsinki, and they were all staying at the presidential palace. And Tucker was trapped in a hotel room with Sean Hannity. And he had to get out of there, and he stole Vladimir Putin's dessert and then offered Sean some, but Sean wouldn't eat it. He was too scared.
Because it might be
Tucker ate
poisoned.
it, and then he showed me a picture of him eating Vladimir Putin's dessert. And he was like, that was the day that I stole Vladimir Putin's dessert.
Oh, my gosh.
That takes balls, I tell you.
It does. And I will say, it could have been deadly.
Yes.
It could have been.
Because you would think that you would think that Putin has a taster every time.
Yeah.
You would think.
And that's probably why
Wonder
Sean
what
didn't
that
want
person
me.
has done in their life to become a taster. Really.
Here's my next question. What was the dessert? Was it cheesecake?
It was like some sort of
Was it
little
a tort?
foo-foo-y little tart thing. Yeah. It looked like it had some chocolate and some fruit on it. Yeah, it was a little foo-foo-y little
that
tart
is
thing.
hilarious.
Yeah,
All right, that's funny.
Yeah.
All right, now, so tell me about, because we were talking about this during the break off mic, but after you wrote the book, you used to do other shows on Fox.
Right.
So after you wrote the book on Tucker, which is the high-profile firing that happened.
Right.
You got blackballed from Fox? I mean, I kind of understand. They're not going to interview you about the book, but if they can interview you about other stuff.
Yeah, I was a regular on Greg Gutfeld's show and several other Fox shows. But so I had upcoming appearances scheduled, and they all
just
axed those as the day, about an hour after we announced the book. Which I knew that I wouldn't be able to promote the book on Fox, which I was fine with. But, but Fox took a very hard line. You're not allowed to say the T word on air. You're not, if you are publicly a Tucker fan or supporter, you're banned and blacklisted. That's why they fired his entire production team in one fell swoop, which is very unusual because you're hired to work for a network, not for a show.
Right.
So if your show gets taken off the air, you get moved to another show.
Sure.
He had the highest performing group of producers in cable news history, and they all got fired because they were, as I found out, working on this.
Did they hire?
Extremely close
Did he
team.
hire them all back?
He's hired them all back.
That is so awesome.
The band is back together.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's awesome.
But a part of his non-compete clause, if I'm right, on his contract, he could not go to another network, correct?
So he's still, I haven't seen his contract, but he's still an employee of Fox News. He's still getting paid every week. But from what I understand is that they failed to include Twitter in his non-compete, which is why he's doing a show on Twitter.
That's why a lot of companies have gone back and tweaked their non-competes.
Yep.
Trust me when I say I know all about non-compete contracts.
Yes. And they can be really...
they can be brutal.
Yeah, and they're sort of like indentured servitude for a lot of these
They are, but at the
talent.
same time, if you're going to do a non-compete, there better be lots of money attached to it,
Right,
which
of
he
course.
had. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, sometimes they're worth it.
Yeah.
But he had great viewership on Fox But he had 200 million people watch the Trump interview, right? On X.
Sure.
Yeah.
So it has been a brilliant chain of events for him, I think.
Well, that's where it says, what is it? I'm going to get spiritual again. All things work together for good.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, what could have been horrible and devastating for him, he was able to go, all right, that's fine. I'll go someplace else where no one else was going. That was Rush Limbaugh, you understand.
Yes.
No one else was on AM radio stations but gospel and preachers and whatnot. And he took that and turned it around. He talked stations into putting him on the air. You put me on the air and we will make money together.
Right.
And they trusted him and believed him. And so people who weren't listening to AM radio anymore started listening to AM radio again. So that's kind of what Tucker is doing with the platform of X and other streaming
Or
platforms.
Twitter. Make sure everybody knows that X is Twitter. So
I think we know. But that's what he's doing. He's turning that around. So now conservatives are sticking around just so they can hear Tucker. And that's a good thing for Elon Musk too,
He is, I mean, he certainly, I think, is the figurehead of this independent media eclipsing mainstream media for sure. Tucker Carlson is. But I still believe at least we're at a place right now where, the reason why his firing from Fox felt like sort of a death is although he's getting all of these views on X more than Fox could ever dream of, or any cable network, he still sort of can be easily dismissed as a crazy person on the internet because our leaders still deeply care about what happens on cable, even though no person does.
Sure.
They, at least when he was on Fox, he had their ear and they were afraid of him.
Yeah.
And he had the power to shape the national discourse. So whether he's going to have that power on X in the way that Rush Limbaugh revolutionized things by taking it to AM radio is what we're waiting to be seen.
Yeah, remains to be seen. Yeah. But I would say this, and you can probably, I don't know how old you are. It doesn't matter. I know you're probably younger than I am, but I would say, that younger people aren't looking to the traditional, so it's the new generation that Tucker is talking to, not the old generation. So I think he can have part in that national discourse and change things in that national discourse because he's talking to those who are much younger than those who are watching cable. Right. Even though they're still a voting group, they're still alive, they're still relevant, there's also this new generation coming up. And again, that is what Rush Limbaugh did.
You know what I have found is my older friends, when Tucker left Fox, they only watched Fox because of Tucker. And they have gotten now their technology wings because they've learned how to work Twitter because they want to follow him, period. And it's been a beautiful thing.
Yeah. And they're talking to their grandkids or their nieces or nephews, hey, what's this Twitter thing and how can I get on it? Because I want to watch Tucker. And so now they're talking to their youngsters. Now, see, was that an unconscious bias moment that I just had? Okay,
fine.
good. I did okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
Man, you got to let it go. I don't have the bandwidth to worry about that. You have to say to yourself, it's not up to me to understand what you think you heard. That's where I am, right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
I say it. It's up to you to receive it.
Right. So anyway.
I know my heart and my intent.
Tough it up, Buttercup.
All right.
That's
Here's my question. Where can we find the book? You're in town tonight. Where, when, how long? Where can we buy the book? You're in town tomorrow and as well, and there's an event. So give us all the details.
Can I talk about tonight?
Please do.
Okay. So Chadwick is our special guest at the Conservative Republicans meeting at the Memorial Building in Columbia. The Conservative Republicans meet the fourth Monday of every month. It's at the Memorial Building, 308 West 7th Street, right downtown, beautiful Columbia, our little jewel box. So come down and have some pizza and listen to him tell his life story and buy a book, buy two. Christmas is coming.
Right.
Get them signed and come and participate. Free of charge tonight. Just come on 6 o'clock in Columbia. So we'd love that. And then tomorrow he has an event here at the Four Seasons, right?
Yes, tomorrow night here in Nashville at the Four Seasons, hosted by the Log Cabin Republicans of Tennessee and the Young Republicans of Tennessee, or Nashville. That's at the Four Seasons from 6:30 to 8 tomorrow night. It's free. Books to sell. but you have to register at logcabintn.org.
Logcabintn.org. And
For
I think
tomorrow night.
is it the Rutledge?
At the Rutledge at the Four Seasons?
Yeah, I
is
think
what it
that's
says?
right.
Yes,
I think that's
yeah.
right.
So you
but
can
you
register
can
there
find
and-
that online. What's the address again?
Logcabintn.org. You can find that online. Register. Free to attend. I'll have books to sell and sign, and we can say hello.
Excellent,
Yep.
excellent. I want one of those books. So
You are getting one.
Keep me in mind, Pamela for 2 R's, and I'll add that to my collection. Heck, I'll read it this weekend. Absolutely,
Excellent.
yeah. All right, it is 1:48. Anything else you guys want to add while you're here? We've got 2 more minutes if you want those.
Well, we just want to give a shout out to WTN. We are so thankful for you and what you do for the conservative movement in the state to give somebody a platform. I mean, for us, because there are very few platforms where people can truly talk and feel free to converse about just questions that they have. The world has gone crazy. God is still good, and we still have freedom of speech. How about that? And WTN is a part of that.
And
so,
we support, your coming out as a conservative has been an amazing journey that we support 100%.
Thank
Glad
you.
you're here.
And
yes.
If you can't make it out tonight, you can get the book at tuckerthebook.com or
cool.
anywhere you get your books, Barnes & Noble, Walmart, Amazon.
And are you on socials where we can follow everything that you're doing?
Mostly
or?
on Twitter X at Chadwick_more.
Chadwick_more. We
Yes.
can find you there. Perfect. Thank you guys for being here.
We love you
so
so much.
glad to meet you finally,
Yes.
Debbie, face to face. And then obviously it's a pleasure to meet
Pleasure to
you
meet
as
you too.
well.
Thank you.
All right. It is 1:49 now. I am Pamela Furr and for Matt Murphy. If you would like to call in and comment, you're more than welcome to do that, or the super text line. I'll take your comments, but I have to say goodbye to these two. 615-737-9986. We'll be back on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARPAP and the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11 or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call. Or you can call 615-851-1950.
SuperTalk 99.7 WTN. It is 1:57 or thereabouts. I am Pamela Furran for Matt Murphy. All right, before we go any further, and I meant to talk about this earlier, and I just got so excited about all the things going on that I failed to mention this. So we have the Bourbon Bash coming up November the 11th. This year it's at the Franklin. We've moved it from Leapers Fork Distillery to the Franklin because, quite frankly, we've outgrown the area that we were in, and we're really, really thankful for that. And we are this year raising money for another amazing military cause called Freedom and Whiskey, where we partner with businesses and whatnot to kind of network special operations forces with who have amazing talents and amazing skills when they get out of the military and they don't know where to use them. So we're offering a way to connect them to where they need to be. We also help them with college scholarships. I mean, I can go on down the list. Not every person who has served in the military comes back wounded. Some of them come back just with some amazing skills. And so we're helping members of the military use those skills for good in their life. So with that being said, we would love for you to come to the Bourbon Bash this year. We've got all kinds of wonderful bourbons that will be on display, plus an amazing catering opportunity. I mean, I'm just catering by Suzette. Her food is amazing. If you've been to the Bourbon Bash, you know that. Tim Shelton Syndicate will be playing along with Ronnie Bowman, who is a star in the bluegrass music world, and it's going to just be a great time. So right now, I'm going to offer this to you. If you buy tickets today, the first 25 people who buy tickets today will get a free tour and tasting at Leapers Fork Distillery that you can use, when you want to, right? So it's an awesome tour, an awesome tasting of their expressions there at Leapers Fork Distillery. So the first people who buy a ticket at bourbonbashtix.com, bourbonbashtix.com, the first 25 people who buy tickets today will get a free tour and tasting at Leapers Fork Distillery. How about that? bourbonbashtix.com. We'll see you on November the 11th at the factory in Franklin for this year's Bourbon Bash. News is next on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
From ABC News, I'm Daria Albinger. Israel says one of the top priorities of a ground invasion into Gaza would be to rescue the hostages held by Hamas. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby says that includes about 10 Americans.
It is literally an hour-by-hour effort here at the White House and at the State Department to find out where these folks are and to try to make the effort to get them out and get them back.
The White House is urging Israel to postpone a ground offensive until civilians can be moved out of harm's way. House business is still on hold without a speaker.
The president's $100 billion foreign aid package that includes assistance for Israel and for Ukraine, that couldn't get through the House. It couldn't be brought for a vote. Any legislation that would fund the government by that deadline of mid-November and the looming government shutdown, that couldn't be brought for a vote. And I've talked to Republicans over the course of the weekend who, despite the fact that we're on day 20 now without a speaker, don't expect this process to move any quicker. In fact, it might be slower because there are 9 candidates right now vying for the job.
ABC's Jay O'Brien, an off-duty Alaska Airlines pilot, faces more than 80 charges of attempted murder after an incident on a flight bound for San Francisco.
Our sources are telling us this off-duty pilot made some comment about "I'm not right," and then lunged and tried to pull the fire extinguisher buttons in the cockpit. The flying pilots were able to take control of the situation, get the non-flying pilot out of that cockpit, and then they were able to make an emergency emergency landing in Portland. That non-flying pilot now under arrest.
ABC's Alex Stone. Detroit police are looking for a suspect in the murder of a synagogue president, Chief James White.
We believe that this incident was not motivated by anti-Semitism and that this suspect acted alone.
Samantha Wool was stabbed outside her home on Saturday. You're listening to ABC News.
It is 2:05. Good afternoon. I'm Pamela Furr in for Matt Murphy, who apparently has been doing some videotaping out there on the golf course. I've seen it on Twitter or X or whatever the hell you call it. So if you subscribe to Murphy on Twitter, go check that out. I don't know what he said. I'm just getting all this reaction that he said something. But anyway, that's where Matt Murphy is today. That's why I bring it up. He's on the golf course today, raising money for an amazing cause called Blood Assurance. So you can find out about them online, bloodassurance.org. So that's where he is today. He'll be back tomorrow. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. Boy, a lot going on today. We've had the pleasure of Robbie Starbuck on the air, and we've had Chadwick Moore, who was on the air, the author of the book Tucker, and a lot of you have been reacting to that on our super text line. Thank you so much for your comments. A couple people wanted me to shut up and wanted him to finish talking. Whatever. I did, and he gave us a lot of good information. He wants you to read the book, though. He's not going to tell us every little every little good little nugget. He wants you to read the book to find those little nuggets. So anyway, there's that. There are 2 events going on tonight. If you're in Murray County in Columbia, you can go find the Conservative Republican group in Columbia, and he'll be speaking tonight, and he will sign your book. And then there's another event tomorrow night with the Log Cabin Republicans of Tennessee at the Four Seasons tomorrow night, if you want to check that out. I want to say a great big thank you to those who came out to the factory in Franklin yesterday for the big State Senator Jack Johnson fundraiser. That was a lot of fun. I got to meet a lot of people yesterday, shake a lot of hands, hug a lot of necks, and just people who have been so supportive of WTN and the causes that I get behind. I want to mention this one more time, and then we'll move on, because again, there are a lot of things going on in the world. But I am so thankful that I really am. I mean this from my heart. When I moved back, if you want to hear my quick little story and my quick little why, I moved back to Tennessee. I had been gone for about 10 years, maybe 8 to 10 years I'd been gone from here. And I got really homesick when I moved to Atlanta. Atlanta is a great city for a minute. It's great to play in. It's great to go see an Atlanta Braves game or whatever. The food is great. There's some great music in Atlanta. The traffic is hell, kind of like Nashville traffic. But from a radio standpoint, I had reached a pinnacle in my career that I could say I'm working in a top 10 market, and I hated it. I was miserable. And when a redhead is miserable, you make everybody else miserable, if you didn't know that. So I was just not happy. And that crazy, silly, fun drama TV show called Nashville debuted. And of course, I had to see what they were going to do, because I thought maybe if they're going to portray us as a bunch of hicks, it's going to tick me off. And they didn't. But they also didn't portray it quite right. I mean, there's not paparazzi everywhere that you go in Nashville. And they portrayed, like paparazzi outside the Bluebird at all times. Well, that's not the case here, and we know that. But I'm telling you, when I started watching that show, Sister Pamela would break out in tears because some of those aerial shots of Middle Tennessee made me so homesick. I mean, I knew they were Williamson County shots, and you could see Hendersonville and Sumner County and Ridgetop and those areas, and Wilson County. I longed for home. Tennessee is my adult home. I love it here. And I decided it was time to come home. So I packed up everything I had and left Atlanta. Bye-bye, Atlanta. It's time to come home. To the greatest state in the union for lots of reasons. We have no state income tax. We're first in the nation on a lot of things. We have a lot of work to do, too. But you know what I love about Tennessee? And it's the reason why we have the moniker, the volunteer state. It has nothing to do with football. Although, can I say this one more time for the record? Roll Tide. Anyway, it has nothing to do with football. It has everything to do with what? Why are you looking at me that way, Producer Morgan? Mason. I don't know why I called you Morgan.
What is my name? Hold on there.
I don't know why I called you Morgan. I apologize. It just came out of nowhere.
You're good. For now.
For now.
I was going to say, with all that Roll Tide, I'm about to throw Rocky Top over you.
It was just one Roll Tide. It was just one, and it was quiet.
It's been like 1 hour here.
Not even remotely a lie. So anyway, back to Tennessee. Look, we have here in Tennessee a spirit that nobody else has. And it is the volunteer spirit. When your neighbor is hurting, it is nothing for a community to gather around and help out that neighbor. We've learned that even more recently when it came to people needing help when we were hit by tornadoes, right? Right before COVID hit in 2020, our community was devastated by tornadoes. And it was amazing to see. You didn't even have to ask for volunteers. They just showed up with chainsaws and hammers and trash bags and food and water. When first responders were out and about trying to get the electricity back on, get power poles out of the way, rescue anybody that needed to get rescued. They were doing 24-hour shifts. I mean, they were on the clock 24/7. They were working hard. You had organizations that stepped up. I mean, we did it. We didn't make a big deal out of it, but we here at WTN, we were able to get food delivered to electric workers from NES and those who had come to town to help get the electricity back on. We helped first responders, the police and fire and et cetera. We fed them. And no one had to ask. People just stepped up to do it. That's the kind of spirit that lives here in Tennessee. And I made a promise. Now I may cry. I made a promise to God. Lord, because I came back to Tennessee and I didn't have a job. I didn't have a job. I was able to work for Glenn Beck for about 2 years. I got that job, and I'm very thankful for that. So I worked on his Blaze Radio network as a news anchor. But I ended up losing that job when they dropped the hourly newscast. They dropped the news department from a radio station. So I didn't have a job. So I made a promise, God, if you would allow me to stay in this medium that I love so much called radio, I promise I will use it as a platform for good. I promise. And I've tried very hard to keep that promise. And that's why the Bourbon Bash was formed. And it was just kind of on a whim. I had a friend in the military. I used to date his commanding officer. And so I knew that he was a writer, he was a photographer, and somehow or another he became some bourbon expert. I saw him on a CBS newscast one night talking about the fight between Jack Daniels and George Dickel on who can call what they make, what they produce, Tennessee whiskey. And so when I saw my friend Fred Minnick on the news, I picked up my phone. Fred, what the hell, man? I didn't know you were a national figure. And so he decided, I knew him from Afghanistan, and what he did in Afghanistan, I did not know he had become this bourbon taster. And I did not know that he used bourbon and tasting and writing to help him with his PTSD. I didn't know any of that till I picked up the phone and asked him. And that's how the Bourbon Bash was born. Let's do something good with bourbon. And this was before everybody and their brother was doing some sort of whiskey festival. Now everybody does a whiskey festival of some sort around town somewhere. This was before. This was in 2014, I think, that I made the first phone call. And so that's how it was born. It was born out of the spirit of wanting to do something, to volunteer and to help people using this platform we call radio. It's not me, it's the spirit of volunteerism. And so I vowed to God that that's what I would do. And so that's why I ask you, come to the Bourbon Bash. Come to the Bourbon Bash and enjoy and hear stories, whether from the stage, from members of the military or those who attend. And we invite a lot of people who have done heroic things and horrific things in the military to just come and enjoy and be in a safe spot where every person that's there will respect you and will be in awe of you and your service. So that's what we do. So I'd love for you to come. I say all that to say, come to the Bourbon Bash, bourbonbashtix.com, bourbonbashtix.com. And for the first 25 people who buy tickets today, you'll get a free tasting, whatever day you choose, and we'll figure all of that out, but a free tasting and a tour at Leaper's Fork Distillery. If you've never been to Leaper's Fork Distillery, it is the most gorgeous piece of property, I think, in Tennessee, quite frankly. There is a cabin. They have a still house there, and it's just beautiful and peaceful and wonderful. Oh, and their bourbon's not bad either. So sign up today, bourbonbashtix.com. All the proceeds after expenses go directly to this military cause, directly to them. There's no administration cost whatsoever. None of us on the board take any money, not a dime. In fact, we volunteer on this board to put on this event so that our community, our volunteers, can say thank you to the members of our military for what they've done and thank them for their volunteer spirit. All right. 615-737-9986 is our phone number. Joe's on the line. Let's see if Mason left it up. Hey, Joe, you're on WTN. Mason.
Pamela, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you?
Girl, I've been trying to get back in touch with you. I've talked to everybody else on y'all's shows. I love WTN and what you guys do. The truth is out there. I'm the guy that called you wishy-washy one day about 3 months ago.
How dare you?
When we were having a conversation on the air, and you got a little excited. I've replayed it in my head 1,000 times, and I've been meaning to get on the phone with you and just say, girl, one, I wanted to ask you about when a week before you were on the show, when you guys went to do the Heritage over in Heritage and had that big dinner and stuff, did you ever get to meet the firemen? But two, I apologize. You're not wishy-washy. You just stand your ground, and I really appreciate that, except for one thing you are kind of wishy-washy about, and that is if Tennessee is the greatest state in the whole world, and I agree with you 100%. I mean, girl, I am on your side. But you got to get some orange on it. I'm going to have to buy you a hat.
No.
I mean, we owned y'all in the first half. I give it to you. The second half, we just went home.
I am not going to argue with you on this. Oh, no, it's Rocky Top. I'm not going to argue with you on this, Joe. The Crimson Tide had some things they needed to work out, obviously, during halftime, and they did.
Girl. I was trying to explain to Mason that I was going to try to get you on the go Vol side of things, and you're speaking about volunteers, and I even accidentally slipped and said, she said roll what? And I actually
roll
threw up
Vols?
a little bit. You roll Vols because I threw up a little bit in my mouth when the Tide came out. I was like,
Look.
I cried yesterday. Saturday.
Wow.
I cried a little bit, and I'm all
I've
man.
never
too,
cried when the Crimson Tide lost. I've never cried.
Oh, last year you did a little bit.
I didn't cry. Look. Okay, Joe, thank you for the phone call. I'm going to let you go on that one. I'm not going to be wishy-washy on this, but I will tell you that I love my Crimson Tide. But that game last year was one of the best football games I had seen in a very, very long time. Period. End of discussion.
Absolutely.
Everybody played outstandingly well.
I don't watch college football often, but that is a game that I watched from beginning to end.
Yeah, and you guys will be,
so
do you
good.
remember when? I mean, that's one of those games. And then the reaction of the Vol Nation after was one for the history books. I mean, that one will go down in history. Like for the Titans fans, the Music City Miracle, that win over Alabama will go down in history. And I can't fault anybody for that. Would I have enjoyed the win? Yes. Hello. But I loved that experience and that history-making moment. Okay? And look, I was a Vol fan when Peyton Manning was playing. And I followed Peyton wherever he went. I like Peyton Manning. I mean, I'm sorry. He was an excellent player. He bleeds excellence. He bleeds orange also, and I get it. You can say I'm a bandwagoner all you want to. I lived in Alabama for a little while, and that's why I became an Alabama fan. Now, by the way, I've been watching North Carolina lately, and their football program this year seems to be pretty dang good. Aren't they up there? They're in the top 25.
Doing pretty well.
In fact, I think they're even ranked a little higher than Alabama. At least they were there for a minute. So anyway, I'm Carolina basketball. I'm Crimson Tide football, but I like football. So you show me a good game, you're going to have Pamela sitting at the bar stool watching it.
As long as we aren't talking about the Bulldogs on this Matt Murphy show, we don't need any of that here.
Well, Matt Murphy was a Crimson Tide fan yesterday or Saturday.
I believe it.
He didn't want Tennessee to win.
Yeah.
All right. So we're not going to talk anymore about football, though, are we? Because this is a news talk station. There are a lot of news things going on in the world that we want to talk about. So we're going to take a break here, but I will tell you, Bourbon Bash Tix, TIX.com, the first 25 that buy a ticket today only, will get a free tasting and tour at Leaper's Fork Distillery. All right, fair enough? Thank you so much. All right, 222-615-737-9986 is the phone number. You can give us a call or you can super text and blast me if you want to. It's okay. I can take it. I promise. Pamela Furr, in for Matt Murphy on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is 2:26. I am Pamela Furr. Thank you for being with us today. So we got a problem, it looks like, on the interstate. All right, I'm looking at the TDOT map. Are you doing the same there, Mason? I know you do a lot of traffic. So it's a multi-vehicle crash, and it looks like parts of 440 are closed. Is that right? All right. And you said there are cars on fire and whatnot?
Yeah, got a couple callers that called into the station, which we appreciate you for calling in, letting us know around 840 and 440, it's kind of spanning back almost, cutting off some traffic there.
Okay. So 840. Yeah, I was going to say 840 is nowhere near 440.
Yeah,
okay. No worries. So, yeah, it looks like, I don't know where the actual accident is, though. There are two separate things, it looks like here. One on and look, oh my gosh, traffic is actually, it looks like it's at a standstill all around the loop too. We've got some heavy stuff going on.
Yeah, I got it pulled up here from I-24 eastbound between I-440 exit 53 and Briley Parkway South exit 54.
Gotcha. All right, so if you're stuck in that, go ahead and curse. And then make sure you're listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN, because we'll certainly keep you posted on this. Now, I believe I see that Matt Murphy is calling into the program. I don't know what he has to report, but we can certainly put him on the air, Mason, if you'd like. All right, hold on. Calling an audible here. All right, here we go. Matt Murphy, what are you doing?
Well, you learn new things every day. I learned on the Hermitage Golf Course, Pamela, there are certain areas where you can't get a signal, but I've got one now. How are you?
I'm fine. You do realize, you're basically, I guess I shouldn't tell anybody where I live, should I? But you're basically in my backyard.
Yes. There's a yellow Callaway in your backyard right now. That's my ball.
There are so many comments right now that I am not going to make. Okay, go ahead. Anyway, how is it playing with the Gatlin brothers?
Well, it's wonderful. As some people might know, I don't know if everyone's aware, but Rudy in particular is a big fan of Pamela Furr's.
I'm a big fan of Rudy's.
He told me specifically to tell Pamela Furr when I talked to her on the radio that Rudy Gatlin said hello. So there you go.
All right. Hey, Rudy.
He said, oh, no. Larry and Steve and Rudy are great. They're wonderful guys, and they're wonderful to do this. And as you know, Pamela, this was one of the first outings that I got a chance to take part of when I was first in Nashville, and you were nice enough to guest host for me then, and you're guest hosting for me now. And it's just wonderful to be out and about and be able to meet great people that are united for a good cause, and that's Blood Assurance. I love the fact that Blood Assurance is here keeping blood donations local, and that's what it's all about, because there's just something special. We know that people all over the country need blood, and that's a very important deal. But when you know that the blood that you give stays right here in our Middle Tennessee community, that's a pretty special thing, and the Gatlin brothers are all about it. And so they host this wonderful event, and I got to meet Scott Hamilton.
Nice.
That's pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
Nice. And we got, the Gatlins and T. Graham Brown and so many different celebrities. And we're just having a great time.
Love it. Had you met him before? Did you get his autograph?
I fanboyed him a little bit. But that was, because that's what I do. Lovers of old country music and new country music for that matter, because they've got some new country artists out here too that I'm not that familiar with, but I'm going to become familiar with.
Yeah.
But we're having a great time,
Good.
and I just want to call in and say thank you.
You're welcome.
For helping us out. I hope everything's going well today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Matt Murphy. We will see you soon in 4. All right, bye. It is 2:30. I'm Pamela Furr on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I am Pamela Furran for Matt Murphy. We just heard from him a few minutes ago. Out on the golf course having a grand time. Now, I want to remind you, we still have this traffic problem. Now, again, it's at the 24 split there at 440, right? Coming from like the Murfreesboro area, Laverne area kind of thing, and then coming up to 440, it looks like the interstate is closed there. I'm hearing that I guess a truck lost its load, and so therefore they're trying to clean it up and get it moving. Boy,
Not only that, but did the truck tipped over?
Tipped over.
Yeah, it's blocking part of the exit, and it's
gotcha. Yeah, not good. And it's causing some traffic backups all over town because of that. So as my colleague Ken Weaver has said, pack your patience because you're going to need it today. All right, let's move on now. There is a very important election coming up tomorrow. Did you know that? I believe it is tomorrow. It's in Williamson County. Actually, it's in Franklin. Franklin is about to elect a new mayor, possibly a new mayor. The incumbent mayor is running against Gabrielle Hansen, a name that I know you've heard on this show several times. And I'm not going to get into all the crazy that has happened with that story. There are a lot of people that are, though, very upset at the way Christians were portrayed in a story that Phil Williams did, I guess, on the 19th of October. So what was that, 4 days ago, maybe on Friday? And although I don't agree with everything he said in the story, I don't like Pentecostals or charismatics painted in the light of a nutbag. I really don't. That is my background. That is my Christian heritage. I grew up in an Assembly of God church, went to a Baptist school, et cetera, et cetera. So I know the life. I know the way that they worship. And I don't have any problem with that. And I don't like it when people paint them in a bad light just because of the way that they worship. And I feel like this piece was done that way to make it look like they're all a little nuts. The only problem, well, the first problem that occurred for me with Gabrielle Hansen, and you could look, you live in Franklin, you do you vote how you feel convicted to vote. However it may be. With the current mayor, you want him again, or do you want something new with Gabrielle Hansen? Where I have the real problem, and this is where anything else she does is negated for me. It's over. I can't have a conversation about her without thinking about this. She used, and it's documented, whether you like Phil Williams or not, it is documented that she used the Covenant school shooting for her own gain. By going on a podcast that Matt has talked about and saying that God told her that this shooting was going to happen. She knew it was going to happen before it actually happened. And not only that, she also said that she notified police that it was going to happen. And we have since learned that that was not true. Now, I can be really harsh. People cringe when you use this word. I contend it was a lie. If it's an untruth, is it a lie? Well, it is when you're deliberately telling something that you know to be false. That is what the definition of a lie is. And this is the worst kind of lie. Because you're inserting yourself in a story that isn't about you at all. That is the one reason, unless she steps up and says, I'm sorry, I was not truthful, please forgive me. Unless those words come out of her mouth, there's nothing more that I can say about her, the way she worships, the way she goes to church. Maybe in this video footage that Phil Williams is playing, you have people laying hands on her, praying for her, saying that it is God that has destined for her to be mayor. She would be God's mayor. All of that. That's not true unless she asks for forgiveness for this dang lie she told. Certainly for me. I have a problem with that. I have a problem when people insert themselves, first of all, in a story that's not even about them. And then second, they use God's name in vain for their own purposes. And it's a lie. That really ticks me off. So as you go to the ballot box tomorrow, for those of you that live in Franklin, don't forget, she lied to you. Who cares about Phil Williams? This isn't about Phil Williams. It's about the information that he's given about her. Does he have an agenda? I don't know. I don't care. He did reveal information that was important to me as someone who tries to support conservative candidates. And how she is even remains as an alderman there in Franklin is beyond me. If you're going to lie about something like that, 6 innocent people died that day. And you say that you had prior knowledge because God told you? There's just some kind of wrong there. Let's go to Pat, who's in Franklin. Hey, Pat, welcome to WTN.
Hey, love your show. I would like to say this. I was always exposed to Pentecostal all my life. Between the Baptist and the Pentecostal, I'm a Baptist-costal. And if you want somebody to pray for you, call a Pentecostal because they will pray till that prayer is answered. They may call you every day or every 2 days. How you doing? Has anything changed?
Can I pray for you?
Well,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And they're still praying for you. So don't put them down. And just respect the way other people worship, and
Absolutely.
now,
Yeah.
And I really appreciate you standing up for that, because now if you're not way on the left, if you worship, if you do take the time to do that, you're kind of weird, so they say. But
Right.
your relationship with the Lord is your own personal.
Sure.
He sees us as an individual person, and no matter how they worship, He still cares about our heart.
Sure.
And
Absolutely,
so I really
Pat.
appreciate you standing up for that. I
Absolutely.
really do.
Thank you, Pat, for your phone call. And look, people may not understand it. That's all right. There are certain ways of worship I don't understand either. And I won't go down the list, but that's what's so beautiful, I guess, about religion and spirituality. I mean, you find what you feel convicted, to be a part of, I suppose. Look, I have my own issues with certain types of Pentecostal charismatic preachers. Everybody knows the problems I've had with Greg Locke over there in Mount Juliet, but I'll hand you this. He let me express those, and he expressed to me where I was wrong and where I was right. And we walked away as brothers and sisters in Christ. I just am not going to go to that church. It's not my cup of tea these days. But I will stand right here today as a Tennessean and as an American and tell you he has every right to worship the way he wants to worship. Under a tent, under the stars, in somebody's garage, with a bullhorn, whatever. And the same goes for Gabrielle Hansen. She has every right to worship the way she wants to. And if she goes to a church where they lay hands on her and pray for her, that is her right. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with taking what was a story about innocence, lost forever, by a deranged transgender and made it about her. If she's going to do that, what would she do as mayor? If she's going to do that and suddenly she's infamous, what on earth is she going to do as mayor for Franklin? I don't know if you've early voted or not. Tomorrow's election day. Do what you believe is best. 615-737-9986. Let's go to Lindsay in Pleasant Shade. Hey, Lindsay, you've been holding on a while. Thank you for calling.
Hey, Sister Pam. I'm glad to hear your voice again.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you about the Nashville Rescue Mission.
Okay.
I know you've got an event coming up, and I've spent 16 years supporting them. I've been a monthly partner and all that. But lately, I'm confused. I don't want to be a Scrooge, but I don't want to help fentanyl addicts. I don't see that they're doing the good they used to be doing.
I don't know how
I don't know who all has come across the border and who all I'm helping at this point.
Well, Lindsay, I mean, have you called the Nashville Rescue Mission to talk to them about your concerns?
No, I'm just calling you.
Well, I would say if you have concerns about your money going to a good cause, you should call them directly and talk to them directly. I know that the Nashville Rescue Mission has been doing a lot of good work over the years. I know that it is a faith-based program, and so when we raise money for them, that's coming up in a couple of weeks, actually. When we raise money for them, it's so that they don't get government subsidies, if you will. They don't get money from the government at all. And so because of that, they're able to continue with a faith-based strategy, if you will, to take hurting people off the streets and give them a little hope. I don't know what your problem is with fentanyl addicts. There are a lot of people that don't stay fentanyl addicts for long because they end up dead. I mean, that's the truth. I don't know what your hangups are. You'll have to talk to the Nashville Rescue Mission about that. I do know they do good work. And I know there are men and women that come out of those programs changed forever. And that's a good thing for Nashville. That's a good thing for Davidson County. That's a good thing for Tennessee. Changed. I've seen and heard the stories that'll make you cry. Stories that'll make you say, there but for the grace of God go I. So, do what you feel convicted to do, Lindsay. But if you've supported him all those years, I don't know that there'd be any reason for you to stop that support. I can't think of any reason at all. Very well-known, well-respected organization in our community. What is that date? I don't remember. It's coming up soon in November. And when it is, I mean, I hope you participate and I hope you feel led to give to these people. Man, there was one guy, was it last year, where everybody had given up on him. And he would say, deservedly so. He says he was the worst of the worst. And he lost everything and ended up on the streets. And somehow or another, somebody gave him a bus ticket and he ended up in Nashville. He ended up on Nashville streets and he ended up stumbling upon the Nashville Rescue Mission. And for the first time in years, somebody offered him a little hope. And that little hope was a meal. And then that hope was a shower and some water and a place to lay his head. Just taking it day by day, just a little bit of hope grew into a little bit more hope. And then a little bit more hope. And then we had a whole lot of hope. and then we had change. And now he's telling others that they don't have to live the way that he did. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. All right, it's 2:50. We'll take a break. I think after this we check in with Brian Wilson, don't we? I get an opportunity to talk to Brian. I haven't talked to him in a couple of days. Actually, it's probably been a couple of weeks that I've actually talked to the man. So this will be a good time. That's coming up after this break, and then we've got news at 3 o'clock and then the drive with Brian Wilson. Stick around. I'm Pamela Furr in for Matt Murphy on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hi, I'm Paul Winkler. I've been teaching investing on Nashville airwaves for over 20 years with the Investor Coaching Show. And in that time, I taught a lot about how markets work and how we invest money and academic principles of investing money. But I've also talked an awful lot about how to avoid the mistakes that people often make with their money. Think about it. A lot of people sold out of the market at the worst time when COVID struck, or when TARP happened, the Troubled Asset Relief Program, or gold, they invested in that at the worst time. Bailing out of the market because they were worried about Y2K or 9/11 or jumping into energy stocks or jumping into cryptocurrency. One of the things that I like to do is educate investors because I believe that the more educated you are, the more confident you are, and the more confident you are, the more successful you can be as an investor. Now, I not only do that on our radio show, but we do that in our offices around the Nashville region, 10 offices. To learn more about our approach to investing and financial planning, go to paulwinkler.com and set up a free 15-minute phone call, or you can call 615-851-1950.
The search continues for John Gregg Jr., the man accused of shooting 2 police officers. More hostages have been reportedly released from Hamas captivity, and there is a crowded field of Republicans running for Speaker of the House. Those stories coming up at 3 o'clock on SuperTalk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you, Strange Voice from over there. Now let's talk to Strange Voice over there. We're talking about Brian Wilson, whose face I can't see.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I'm sorry I can't see you, but it's been a long time since we caught up face to face. We need to remedy that.
We do poolside, I think.
Well, okay,
with some
sure.
charcuterie. Did I say it right? Charcuterie.
We'll have to work you into our very busy social schedule, but we can make that happen.
All right. Well, what's coming up on the show on the drive on WTN?
Well, now all God's children want to be Speaker of the House. There are not now 9, count them, 9 candidates, and we're going to go through them and try to decipher what the hell is this thing going to end up doing, and when are they going to finally find a Speaker of the House? That plus, of course, all the news from Israel and some local economic news that I think you'll find interesting. It's all straight ahead on the drive.
All right. Thank you very much, Brian Wilson. Thank you for joining me today. Again, go get your tickets, bourbonbashtix.com, bourbonbashtix.com for a free tasting and tour of Leaper's Fork Distillery if you buy your tickets today. See you soon. Brian Wilson up next after the news on WTN.
It's 3 o'clock. I'm John Michael with your top story.